Please be seated. Statement call the next witness.
The state calls Stephanie Johnson.
You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
You can take the stand.
Just watch your step.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Stephanie Sailors.
What was your name back in 2019?
Stephanie Johnson.
Have you since gotten married?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 41.
Do you know someone by the name of Kristine Melton?
Yes, Kristine and I have been friends since we were in high school.
Where did the two of you meet?
In Illinois, where we grew up.
When did you meet?
When we were about 15 years old, and we became friends through her cousins, who I'm also very close with, and we were inseparable, moved across the country together, lived together all through our 20s, and then ended up moving to Florida to be close to all of our family down here.
Where else did you live across the country with Kristine?
We lived in Colorado together as well.
And did you both end up here in Cape Coral, Florida?
Yes.
Back in October of 2019, were you working?
Yes, Kristine and I both worked at Duffy's in Cape Coral.
What type of employer is Duffy's?
It was a restaurant and bar, and we both waited tables there.
Was Kristine dating anyone back in October of 2019?
No, Kristine was not dating anybody.
Were you dating anyone?
No, I was not.
Where did Kristine live at the time?
Kristine lived in Cape Coral off of Tudor Drive.
What type of home did she live in?
It was a duplex apartment.
Did she live with anyone?
She lived alone.
Did she have any pets?
She did have one cat.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 4 and 10A. I'm going to show you these photos and ask if you'll take a look and tell me if you recognize them. Starting with State's Exhibit 4, what do you recognize this exhibit to be?
That's Kristine?
Okay. Is that how she looked back on October 6th and 7th of 2019?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10A. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, that is the apartment that Kristine lived in.
And does that fairly and accurately show the apartment that she lived in back in October of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would move 4 and 10A into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Is that Kristine?
Yes.
I'm showing you her duplex where she lived at the time. Which door is hers?
The white door on the left. So there's a window and then the door right next to it, to the right.
Okay, so the door to the right of the window is her door, or the door to the left of the window?
To the left of the window.
Of the middle window?
Yeah, the far left door.
Thank you. I want to take you back to October 6th of 2019. Did you see Kristine on that day?
Yes, Kristine and I had planned to meet up later that night and to go out drinking at the Buddha bar in Fort Myers.
Had you ever been to the Buddha bar?
I had not been there before.
Where is the Buddha located?
It's located off of McGregor and I think College Parkway.
Is that in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
How did the two of you get to the Buddha?
So I met Kristine at her apartment that night, and we took an Uber from her apartment to the Buddha.
About what time did you Uber over to the Buddha?
Around 10:30.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel was previously marked as State's Exhibit 7. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 7. Will you take a look at it and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is the Buddha in Fort Myers.
And is the bar behind the big statue of the Buddha?
Yes, that's the main entrance to the bar.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 7 into evidence.
Any objection? None. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Do you have any specific reason the two of you chose the Buddha on that night?
There was live music there that night, so we wanted to go see a band play.
When you got there, what was just sort of the general environment of the bar?
It wasn't overly crowded. There was, a decent amount of people there that night, dancing, drinking, nothing out of the ordinary from a typical bar.
Was there a band playing?
Yes.
Now, were you friendly and did you talk to other people that were there?
Yeah, we socialized quite a bit. There's a couple of different bars in the main bar, and we were down at one bar, we danced, we got drinks at other bars, we talked to the people that were there. Pretty standard going out night.
Now, obviously you're drinking and listening to music this entire time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had been drinking pretty heavily that night.
And is that why you chose to get an Uber?
Yes, yeah, we both knew we were going to be drinking, so we didn't want to be driving at all.
Now, while you were there, did someone approach you?
Yeah, towards the end of the night, as we were walking up to the upstairs bar, somebody jumped out in front of me, kind of just like to get my attention, and said, "Hey, who's your friend?" And gestured towards Kristine. He seemed friendly and introduced himself, and I grabbed Kristine and said, "Hey, this guy wants to meet you."
What was his demeanor?
Friendly, charming.
Is there any red flags that popped up when you were talking to him?
No.
How did he introduce himself to you?
At that point, he introduced himself as JR.
Do you see JR sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Right there, in a bright blue suit.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
Now, has his appearance changed since the time that you met him?
Yes, he has a lot more tattoos on his face. He did not have any facial tattoos
May I
the night
approach
we
the
met
witness?
him.
You may.
At this time, the state showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit number 39 and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
JR, the person who introduced himself to us that night.
And is he the same person sitting here in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this fairly and accurately represent how he looked back on October 6th of 2019?
Exactly.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 39 into evidence.
No objection. It'll be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, after you introduced him to Kristine, what happened next?
Kristine and I and JR and another man, Jason, who we were introduced to by JR, talked at the bar, mingled. Kristine and JR seemed to be interested in each other. Me and Kristine had commented on how he had dimples, and one of the guys she had been talking to earlier in the night only had one dimple, and he had two dimples. And, she definitely was attracted to him, and he seemed attracted to her, and they were friendly and getting to know each other.
Now, you mentioned that JR introduced you to someone by the name of Jason.
Yes, so there was another man that he was with at the bar named Jason, and I was under the impression that they were there together as friends, just like me and Kristine had been.
At some point, did you take your talking and socializing outside of the bar?
Yeah, so that was at the end of the night, and the bar was closing. So they were kind of shuffling everybody out the door. Kristine and I went outside, and we're still continuing to socialize with JR and Jason until, it was decided to leave. And me and Kristine had came in an Uber, so we followed Jason and JR to their car. JR had tossed the keys over to Jason, and we were going to go after party. I didn't know at that point if we were going back to Kristine's house or where we were headed from there, but we were going together.
Now, when you went into the parking lot and everybody's talking, again, describe the mood.
Happy. Everybody was cheerful, intoxicated, but, there wasn't anything out of the ordinary or scary by any means, just typical end of the bar night.
Now, is this around 2 a.m. that the bar's closing
Yes.
and kicking everybody out?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
So everything was closing at that point.
again, as far as JR's concerned, does he exhibit any kind of anger or any kind of red flags?
No, not at all.
And in fact, you and Kristine thought he was charming? Mm-hmm. Now, you mentioned that JR threw the keys over to Jason. Mm-hmm. What type of car was it that you got in?
It was a Dodge Hellcat, I think it's called.
Whose car did you believe that was?
I believed it was Jason's at that point.
When you got it,
Yeah.
you believed it was Jason's car?
I don't really remember. I just know Jason was driving at that time, so my assumption was that it was his car.
Where did everybody sit in the car?
Jason sat in the front seat, Kristine sat in the in the passenger seat, and then me and JR were in the back seat.
Now, where did you end up going?
We drove not very far. It was only a couple of turns, maybe less than 10 minutes in the car, but we ended up at Jason's house.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what has been previously marked as case exhibits number 8 and 9. I'm showing you states exhibits number 8 and 9. Will you please take a look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize them?
This is the car that we left the Buddha in.
States exhibit number 8.
8.
Does that fairly and accurately represent the way the car appeared when you got in it that night?
Yes.
Showing you states exhibit number 9. What does states exhibit number 9 show?
This is Jason's house.
Is this the house where you went to after the bar closed?
Yes, I remember that star on the house.
Your Honor, at this time the state will move 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
Permission to publish.
You may.
You just told the jurors this is the Hellcat that you all got in?
Yes, ma'am.
And then states exhibit number 9, that's Jason's house.
Yes.
When you arrived at Jason's home, was anyone else present?
Yeah, his mom was home. So when we walked in the front door, his mom was awake and on the couch and not very happy that he was bringing people home. We tried to make small talk and, kind of ease the situation, but we just ended up going to Jason's bedroom, which was down the hall from there.
Now, when you got back into Jason's bedroom, what happened with Kristine and JR?
So pretty quickly after getting to Jason's house, Kristine and JR started having sex.
And when they started having sex, what did you and Jason do?
Jason had a bedroom that led to the outside, so Jason and I hung out outside most of the time, only to, really go in to use the bathroom maybe. Kristine and JR were inside for a while. They came outside and mingled a little bit with us and went back into the bedroom.
You mentioned that they started out having sex. Did their sexual encounters appear to be consensual?
Yes.
So there was nothing that, again, at this point, that caused any red flags?
No.
Now, when you and Jason were outside, what were the two of you doing?
We were drinking, smoking, talking. He had a trampoline out there, so we sat on the trampoline and talked for a while, just mingling, talking.
Did the two of you have any interest in each other that night beyond just talking and friendship?
No.
So did the two of you hook up at all?
No.
Now, you mentioned that JR and Kristine would go inside the house and come back out and kind of go back and forth. During these back and forth interactions, were they normal types of interactions?
Yeah.
Did they appear to be having a good time?
Yeah, they appeared to be having a good time with each other and, joyful and, nothing out of the ordinary or concerning.
Now, about how long were you at Jason's house?
I would say we were probably there for a couple hours, maybe 2 hours.
After about 2 hours, did you all leave?
Yes, so we were at Jason's house and then kind of, quickly JR was saying, oh, we got to go. This guy doesn't want us here anymore. And it was kind of at that point that I realized that Jason and JR didn't know each other before this night. The way JR was, seeming at the beginning of the night was that, they were there together. And then when we were leaving, it was, it didn't seem that way. It seemed like this guy wanted us out of his house and it was kind of quickly an exit. But when we went to the driveway, we got back into the car that we came in, which Jason had drove at that time, but now JR was driving.
Okay, so when you are leaving Jason's house, was it somewhat abrupt as far as
Yeah,
you
it was
leaving?
quick, but it wasn't anything like he wasn't mad that we were still there or anything like that. It was just time to go.
And this night that you went out on the bar, it was a Sunday night?
Yes.
So you're going into now Monday morning?
No, Monday. Everybody, I had to work. I believe Jason had to work the next day. His mom obviously wasn't happy that we were there to begin with, so.
So the party, everything is kind of winding down for the night?
Yes, and we go and get in the car, and JR is trying to back the car out of the driveway, and he can't get it to go in reverse. It's just revving the engine in the driveway.
Is the car a manual or a stick shift?
It's a stick shift
Is
car.
it clear to you that he was unable to drive a stick shift?
Yes.
So what happened is you're in the driveway and he's revving the engine?
So Jason actually had come outside because he heard the engine revving, and said, you guys got to leave. You can't be here anymore. You're being too loud. It's, almost the morning. At that point, JR had actually gotten the car into reverse and into the street. He was trying to get the car into drive and go forward, and same thing. He couldn't get the car to move. He's just revving the engine in the middle of the street. It was at that point that I got out of the car and said to Kristine, I said, get out of the car. Let's take an Uber. Let's get in an Uber and go home.
So did you, were you able to make contact with an Uber driver to have them come pick you up?
Yes, Kristine called the Uber.
Now, once the Uber driver arrived, did you get into the Uber right away?
Yes, I got into the Uber right away. Kristine and Wade Wilson were looking for his cell phone. He couldn't find his cell phone. So they started to walk back towards Jason's house to look for his cell phone. I don't know if they made contact with him. I was sitting in the Uber at that point with the Uber driver, and both him and I remember him saying, oh, they got 5 minutes or I'm leaving, and, you know, both of us were ready to go at that point.
Now, to your knowledge, did Wade Wilson, or the person that was saying that he was JR, did he ever find his phone that night?
I don't believe so.
So when he and Kristine got back in the car, where did the Uber driver take you?
The Uber took us back to Kristine's apartment.
And then that's 10A, Kristine's apartment.
Yes.
Now, what happened when you got back to Kristine's home?
When we got back to Kristine's home, the three of us went into her house, and I know Kristine and I had this sense of relief that we had made it home, you know, that we got home, you know, safely, and, you know, just it was winding down. I remember sitting on the couch and taking my shoes off. I remember Kristine standing in the kitchen getting something to drink. And I remember telling her, you know, I had to go home because I had to go to work the next day and take my son to school.
Now, where was your son staying that night?
He was with my mom.
And did you and your son live with your mom?
Yeah, we lived with her at the time.
Now, about what time did you leave to go home so that you could take your son to school and go to work?
About 6 o'clock.
Now, prior to leaving, did everything seem fine?
Yeah, it did. And I remember telling Kristine, you know, I have to go home, I have to go to work. And she was like, okay. She hugged me and kissed me goodbye and said, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And again, when she told you goodbye and that she'd see you tomorrow, did you have any concerns for her safety?
No.
And in fact, if you did, would you have left her home with just her and Wade Wilson in that house?
Not at all. And if she was concerned, Kristine would have never let me leave that house if she was scared. She would have said, let's get this guy out of here together.
So when you left, is it safe to say that really the night was over, the party was over?
Yeah.
It's already morning time.
And, you know, like I said, we had this sense of relief that we had made it home. You know, we obviously were in a car with somebody who couldn't drive a car, and I know for me that was the scariest part of that night, was the being behind the wheel of a car with somebody who couldn't drive. And I know when we got back to Kristine's house in that Uber, it felt like, you know, we were home safe.
And it seems that your concern was not driving while intoxicated because along the way you had gotten Ubers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, when you left, you said that you had to take your son to school, and you also had to go to work. Mm-hmm. What time did you go to work?
I had to work the morning shift at Duffy's that day. I think I was at work by 10:30 in the morning. My son starts school at 9, so I dropped him off and then went to work.
Now, you mentioned earlier that Kristine worked at Duffy's. Did she have to work a shift that day?
She was not scheduled to work that day.
Nevertheless, did you reach out to her just to check in with her at some point?
Yeah, I had texted her in the early afternoon and just said, you up? And I did not receive a response.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit, or I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6, 5I, and 5J. ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize the numbers on State's Exhibit 6?
Yeah, that's Kristine's phone number.
Is that the phone number you texted her?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 5I. What is 5I?
Kristine's cell phone.
Okay, and 5J?
The back of Kristine's cell phone.
And is that a poppet that's on the back of her cell phone?
Yep.
That would
a
help
pop
her to hold
socket.
it?
Yep.
And is this the phone that she carried that night and carried with her at all times?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move 6, 5I, and 5J into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Showing State's Exhibit 6. That was Kristine's cell phone number at the time.
Yes.
Is 630 like a Chicago or an Illinois area code?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an Illinois area code.
Showing you 5I. That's the front of her cell phone.
Yes.
And then 5J, that's the back of her cell phone with the pop socket.
Yes.
Now, when she didn't immediately respond to your text, were you concerned at all?
No. At that point, I was not concerned. We had had a late night. She didn't have to work. I assumed she was sleeping.
Okay. Did you later on try to get a hold of her?
So when I left work, I called her again. She didn't answer. And then I got in touch with Samantha, who is her cousin. Again, not concerned that I hadn't heard from her. I asked Sam, I said, have you talked to Kristine at all today? She said no. I had told her, I was out with her last night, just kind of told her about our night and what we did, and ended the conversation. Maybe a few minutes later, I'm not sure how long, I got a call from the Cape Coral Police Department.
Now, you mentioned you talked to Samantha, who was Kristine's cousin. Mm-hmm. Was Samantha also a good friend of yours?
Yeah, Samantha and I have been friends since high school as well.
And was Samantha obviously she was a cousin of Kristine, but were they also very close friends?
Yeah, all of us have been like sisters, like best friends.
And Samantha had not gone out with you the night before?
No, Samantha was not with us.
Now, did you also try to call Kristine?
Yeah, I tried to call Kristine and text her that day.
When you called her, did the phone ring numerous times?
Yes.
It didn't go straight to voicemail?
I honestly, I remember it ringing and going to voicemail. I don't remember how, if it went straight to voicemail or, rang for a long time.
But either way,
I know I did not talk to anybody and nobody answered.
No one
She did.
answered.
No.
Now, you mentioned that a Cape Coral detective called you. And what was the purpose of that detective's call to you that you thought at the time?
So at that time when they called, they were asking me if,
Your Honor,
Sustained.
may I give a
Yes.
object? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a few minutes.
All rise.
The jury is exited the courtroom. You can be seated.
Judge, I think it would be helpful if I just proffered a couple questions so that I could make my argument as to
Okay.
how this is not going to be hearsay.
All right.
All right. So you received a call from a detective, and what was the basis, or what was that conversation?
the police were asking me if I knew where Kristine was or why her car would have been found in Fort Myers.
So based on these questions, what did it cause you to do?
It caused me to start being concerned about what happened to Kristine after I left.
Okay, and then so based on your concern about what happened, what did you do?
Myself, Samantha, our other best friend, and Samantha's husband all went to Kristine's apartment.
And when you got to Kristine's apartment, what did you see there?
When we got there, the caution tape was already up.
So, Your Honor, the reason for asking the detective is not to prove that her car was stolen, but to prove that at that point, based on our conversation, the action she took and the steps she took, which were to talk to her cousin Samantha, to then actually go over to that home. So based on that, the state would argue that's an exception to the hearsay rule, and it should be admissible.
My objection is it's hearsay, and the relevance, there's no relevance. I mean, she can just say, based on what the officers told me, I went over to the house without relaying what the officers told me.
Judge, if you're saying what the officers told me, that's again, it's still an exception to hearsay. What the officer told her is not used for the truth of the matter asserted. So therefore, it is non-hearsay because the exception is the information that he told her was used by her to then go to the house and to further try to find out where her friend Kristine was. So what the officer told her, we're not using that for the truth. So therefore, it's not hearsay.
But the other objection was to relevance of the effect on her.
Sure. The relevance is that at this point, she realizes that she should be concerned that her friend is missing, and that she goes over there. So it's highly relevant as to how this day took place and how she gets over to her missing friend's home and what she does. That's all completely relevant to this case and to the charges that we have before this court.
All right.
Well,
Go ahead.
sorry, while it may be interesting, it's not relevant to anything in this case.
Okay. All right. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask her about getting a call from the detective. I think you could go as far as having an objection to her asking, the detective is asking questions about Miss Melton.
Correct.
And then what did you do next?
If it's just based on what the detective said, ask you, what did you do?
All right, so I'll ask her, did the detective call you, and based on what he told you, did you become concerned and then go to Kristine's home?
Any objection to that?
No.
Okay. Let's bring the jury back in. Yes?
The gentleman's chair that I pulled out, I noticed he had two books, and I asked him when he went back, I said, what's that other book? He said, it's my personal. And I said, I have to bring it to the attention of the judge. He said he didn't write anything in it, but...
Okay. So, I guess one of
It's an official notebook as long as that
as
notebook's
long as it
even turned
stays
in.
here, he can't take it back. He can't take it back to the jury room with him.
Okay.
Any objection to that?
No.
Okay. And I can even just instruct them that I prefer they use the notepads that the court provided. And if they, anything else, leave it out of the courtroom and just use the notepads in the courtroom and leave those in the
For
courtroom.
now, it stays in the courtroom. Or may,
Yeah, he said he hasn't written anything in it.
may I hand it to you?
You have it?
Yes, right there.
No, just leave it. It's fine. Where is it? In his chair? Okay. No, I don't. What we'll do is. All right. Yeah. Let me take a look. Okay, it's blank. There's nothing in it. So
And
that's his personal one. There's nothing in here. Doesn't appear to be anything written in it. It's just got his juror summons. So just ask him to leave this back in the jury room and only use the note and pad that the court has provided.
Bring it back with me now.
Yes.
Just so the record's clear, the bailiff handed the notebook that the juror brought with him to court. The court has reviewed it. There's no writing on the inside. You've given it back to the bailiff.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then you can bring everybody else out. Now I'll instruct all the jurors if they brought their own personal notebooks or anything, just to leave those back in the jury room and only use the ones provided by the court.
Please, thank you.
Jurors entering.
All right. Please be seated. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know some of you may have brought your own notepads or what have you with you. I would just ask you, leave any of those personal things in the jury room, and when you're in the courtroom, just use the notepads that the court has provided. That way they can stay in here during any proceedings, okay? Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Thank you. Going back to, I believe we were talking about a detective making contact with you. Once you had a conversation with the detective, did you become concerned?
Yes.
And what did you do?
When I received the call from the Cape Coral detective, myself, Samantha, and her husband and her other cousin all went to Kristine's apartment.
What did you see when you arrived at Kristine's apartment?
When we got there, the police were already there, and they had already put caution tape up around her house.
Did you know any information at that point about where Kristine was?
No, we went from Kristine's house to her mom's house, which was right around the corner from Kristine's apartment. And we waited there until the detective came there and informed us that they found.
Sustain.
At some point, did you learn that Kristine had passed?
Yes,
And what happened once you learned that Kristine had passed?
it was devastating.
Did you stay at her mother's home?
No, I went straight from her mother's home to the Cape Coral Police Department and gave a statement.
Now, when you went to Kristine's home and you found yellow crime scene tape around her property, did you see her car sitting in the driveway?
No, and in fact, it was pouring rain, and I remember all the detectives and police officers standing under her carport and seeing that her car was not there.
Now, when you and Kristine had gone out to the Buddha bar the night before, was her car in that carport?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing this as counsel 5D.
I'm sorry, what?
D.
D.
as in David. I'm approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 5D. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, those are Kristine's name tags from her Duffy's uniform.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move 5D into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You were just talking about Kristine's car not being in the carport when you went to her home. Showing you Exhibit 5, was that Kristine's car at the time of her death?
Yes.
Also showing you 5A, is
Yes.
that the back of her car?
Yes.
And it's a Versa.
Yes, a Nissan Versa.
I'm showing you 5D. Are those name tags that she would wear to work when she waited tables at Duffy's?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned giving a statement to law enforcement. Did you detail everything to them about the night before and the events that took place at the Buddha all the way until you were contacted about her death?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, did Kristine have any tattoos on her leg?
Yeah, she had a tattoo on her calf of a Gemini symbol with some tribal music notes on the side of it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibits 10E and 13.
E and
13. May I approach?
you may.
I'm going to ask that you take a look first at 10E. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's
And what does it
Kristine.
show?
That's the tattoo on Kristine's leg.
And then I'm also going to have you look quickly at 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's Kristine.
And is that after she had passed?
Yes.
And a permission, first of all, the state would move 10E and 13 into evidence.
They'll be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Judge, I would ask that 13 be passed around to the jurors rather than display that one.
Okay.
Then I'm showing 10E. Is that the tattoo on her calf?
Yes.
When you went and gave your statement to Cape Coral, did they show you 6 different photographs of a suspect in this case?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing the Vice Counsel what's going to mark the State's Composite Exhibit 41. Approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 41. If you would just take a look at this exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
Yeah, that's my signature there. And these are the photos that they showed me, the lineup photos.
Now, did a detective show you the series of photographs?
Yes, he showed me all those photographs.
And there's a series of 6 photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And did the detective in any way give you any idea of who you should pick or who you should identify?
No.
Did you have a fair amount of time to be able to look and see if you could ID anybody?
Yes.
And did you in fact ID someone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how were you able to tell who you ID'd?
By my signature.
And then did you also
And then
put
the date, yes.
And 10/7/19, that's the day that you learned that Kristine was no longer with us?
Yes.
And did you identify photo number 4 as a person that had introduced himself to you as JR?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection, can we approach?
Yes.
Number 4.
Okay.
Who is picture number 4?
JR.
And you see JR sitting here in court today.
Yes. He's sitting
Please
right
wait.
over there.
Okay, so the person sitting right over there is in a sort of a royal blue
He is wearing
jacket.
a royal blue jacket and a yellow tie.
And is that person the person that you knew as JR?
Yes.
And is that the same person that's in photograph number 4?
Yes, that is the same person in photograph number 4, JR.
And at this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
We have a moment.
Ma'am.
At this time, the state has no further questions and tenders the witness.
All right. You may. Is that, you've got the disc and everything else? It's
Ms. Johnson, Jason, did you know him? Do you know his last name?
I do not.
Did you ever see him again after that date?
No.
Now, there come a point in time back at Miss Melton's residence that Mr. Wilson used, he couldn't find his cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he used Miss Melton's phone with her permission.
No.
No what?
I don't remember that happening.
You used the phone, right?
Not that I saw.
And you were there for what, 2 hours?
At Kristine's house? No.
How long were you at,
Kristine's house?
yes?
When we returned in the Uber, I was only at Kristine's house for maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. Oh, I'm
Not
sorry.
long.
It was 2 hours at Jason's house.
At Jason's house, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Wilson and Jason and Ms. Melton use cocaine or other drugs that evening?
Yes.
What drugs specifically?
I saw Kristine, Jason, and Wilson using cocaine. Everybody was drinking and smoking marijuana as well.
Okay. Did you use cocaine?
I did not.
Yeah, moment, Judge.
You may.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Brief, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just want to ask you briefly about the cocaine use. How much cocaine did you see being used that night?
Very little. I would say maybe a couple of lines each.
And was that an amount we consider like a party amount?
Yeah, it was not a large amount.
So based on that cocaine use, was anybody out of control?
No.
So would you say that, again, people are buzz friendly?
Yeah, intoxicated, but everybody was, having a good time and nothing concerning.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I'd ask that she be excused.
All right. Go ahead.
Ma'am, briefly,
Okay.
who supplied the cocaine?
I'm not sure.
And where was it used?
At
Smell?
Jason's house.
Jason's house.
Yes.
And obviously, once you left, you don't know if Ms. Melton and Mr. Wilson continued using cocaine
I do not.
or used anything else.
I do not.
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor. I would ask that she be excused.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to call your next witness?
The state calls Jason Shepard. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may. Let's hear if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You take the stand.
Please, once you're seated.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and spell your first name for the record.
Jason Shepard, Jayson.
Mr. Shepard, do you recall the night of October 6th into the early morning hours of October 7th of 2019?
Yes.
What did you do on the evening of October 6th of 2019?
Went to the Buddha.
Okay. And had you been to the Buddha previously?
Yeah.
How close was the Buddha to your home?
A little more than 5 minutes away.
Okay. And did you go to the Buddha with anybody?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
What did you do when you got there?
Had some drinks, hung out, and then she left.
Okay. And did you talk to other people while you were there?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
While you were there, did you meet someone?
Yep.
Who did you meet?
A dude named Junior.
Do you see Junior sitting here in court?
Yeah.
Could you please identify an article of
In a
clothing?
blue
he's wearing?
suit.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
And he introduced himself to you as Junior.
At the time, yeah.
Did you learn his name later on?
Yeah.
But you never learned it that night.
No.
Now, was Junior there with anyone?
Yeah.
Who was he with?
A blonde-haired girl, real pretty blonde-haired girl.
And did it seem that the two of them were together?
Yep.
Now, at some point, did she leave?
Yep.
Did you ever see her again that night?
No.
Now, when Junior introduced himself to you, describe his personality.
He was cool. He was fine. He seemed cool.
And if he wasn't cool or gave you any kind of weird vibe, would
Yeah, I
you
probably
have-
wouldn't have kept talking to him.
Now, did he look different back then than he does today?
Yeah, he didn't have all this.
When you say all this,
Tattoos.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 39. Is that how he looked back then when you met him at the Buddha?
Yeah.
Now, what time did the bar close?
2.
At 2, did you all get kicked out of the Buddha?
I didn't get kicked out, but yeah, I mean, yeah. End of the night, yeah, we left. We closed it down.
Okay. And when you left, did you go out into the parking lot?
Yep.
Did you talk to anybody in the parking lot?
No, well, we ran into the 2 girls,
Okay.
Stephanie and Kristine, I believe. Yeah.
And when you say we, who do you mean by we?
Me and Junior.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 7. Is this the Buddha where you all were?
Yep.
You were in that parking lot?
Yep.
Now, at some point, you said you met 2 girls. Who were those 2 girls that you met up with in the parking lot?
Stephanie and Kristine.
Had you ever met Stephanie and Kristine before?
No, met them there.
And Junior, had you ever met him prior to that night?
No.
Okay, so you're all just hanging out, having a good time?
Yeah, just all ended up meeting up there.
Now, at some point, do you need to get a ride back to your house?
Yeah, I Ubered there originally
And
With-
why
with
did
the-
you Uber there?
because I was going to be drinking.
So, you got a ride back. Whose car did you get a ride back in?
Junior's.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 8. Is this a car you took back to your house?
Yeah.
And was Junior able to drive that car?
No, he said he couldn't drive a stick shift.
Okay. Now, who went back to your house?
Me, the 2 girls, and Junior.
When you got there, who was there?
My mother.
Was she okay with you being there at first?
Not really.
Not thrilled?
Yeah, no, it was
Okay.
late, early, however you want to put it.
All right. When you got to your house, where did you all go?
Went back to my bedroom.
Is your bedroom in the back of the house?
Mine's, yeah, the way it is it's in the back left part of the left side of the house.
And when you get to your back bedroom, what happens with Junior at that time?
It wasn't long at all. Him and Kristine were having sex pretty quick and getting to it, and me and Stephanie, I think, went out back.
So when you went out back, where did you go?
I had a trampoline out back, and we went out back. We just sat out there and hung out and talked for a while.
Now, you said that Kristine and Junior were having sex. Did it appear to be consensual?
Yeah, yeah,
They were having a good time?
yeah.
And you and Stephanie didn't want to necessarily stand around and watch,
Nope.
so you go outside.
Yeah.
All right. And were you and Stephanie interested in each other at all?
No.
So you're just talking?
Yeah.
Throughout the course of the evening, did they come outside and go back inside several
Yeah,
times?
once or twice, and then went back in and kept doing what they were doing.
And during any point of these interactions, did you have any concern for your safety?
Nope.
Did you have any concern for Kristine's safety? Now, did anybody use any drugs that night?
Yeah, we did a little coke,
When you say coke, you mean cocaine?
cocaine.
Did you provide cocaine to anybody?
No, I had my own stuff.
Did you see any other drug use besides cocaine?
Nope.
And alcohol also?
Yeah, alcohol. Yeah.
Now, at some point, did Stephanie and Kristine and Junior leave your house?
Yeah, it was just getting too loud, and it was time to go. I had to work the next day. It was getting too late.
So party's over,
Time to go.
they're supposed to leave.
Yeah.
What happens when they leave your house?
Well, like I said earlier, he couldn't drive a stick shift, so that car's loud down my driveway, revving up 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
So how did you feel about the car revving in your driveway?
I was pissed.
Okay. So what'd you do?
I went outside,
What'd you
confronted him about it.
Okay. What happened after you confronted them?
Kind of got your car out of the driveway a little bit.
You got it out?
No, he did.
Okay. He is in Junior?
Yeah, or one of them did. I don't know. It was getting out by the time I went out there. I got in the car. I got in the car and moved it down the road just to get it away from my house.
Did you see where they went after you got the car out down the road?
No, I really didn't care.
Now, did you go to work the next day?
Yeah, I did.
And when you were at work, did detectives come and speak to you?
Yeah.
Did you know anything about?
Nope. I had no
You gotta
clue.
finish
How
your
you wait
questions.
just one moment. I know you're nervous. But when police came to your work, did you have any idea about anything bad that had happened?
No,
Did you agree to give them your DNA and prints?
I did.
And did they also ask you to identify the person that you knew as Junior?
Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Meh.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 42. When the detectives came to your work, did you give them a statement about what you remembered from the night before in the early morning hours? That's a yes?
Yes.
And then did they also show you a series of 6 photographs asking you to identify the person that came to your house?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to identify a person that came to your house that night?
Yes. Right here.
Okay, and is that the picture number 4?
Yep.
Are those your initials and the date?
Yes, ma'am.
Now this says 10/9/19, so that would have been a couple days
Couple
later.
days afterwards, yeah.
And is this picture that you identified, do you see that person sitting here in court?
Yeah.
And is it the person with the yellow tie and blue jacket?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he the same person that identified himself to you as Junior
Yes, ma'am.
on October 6th? Now, at this time, the state would move 42 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
May.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing. Did you actually end up finding the defendant's cell phone in your room?
Yeah, I believe a couple days later.
And did you turn that over to the detectives?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
By a minute. You said that when you first met with Mr. Wilson, he was with a pretty blonde girl?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that blonde girl was not Kristine Melton.
Right.
Okay. You said you had your own stash cocaine?
Yep.
Okay. Did everyone use it?
My own, for me.
Okay, what was everybody else using?
Whatever they wanted, I don't know.
You know they got the cocaine from?
Well, I had my own, and that's all I was worried about. Like, I wasn't sharing it.
Okay, but you were using it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You leave Buddha Bar about 2?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. What time did you get to your house?
Probably 10 after, if that.
Okay, so you're right down the street.
I'm right down the street, yeah.
All right. And what time did everyone finally leave? Did they leave?
They were there probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, if that. So
about-
before 4 o'clock, I would say.
All right. Did you have any further contact with Mr. Wilson?
Nope. Well, no. He come back to look for his cell phone, and I don't think I answered the door.
Oh, okay. How did he get back there, do you know?
I don't know. I was inside.
So then he left.
Nope.
About what time was that?
Probably a little after they left, about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes after they left. I don't quite remember.
I'm sorry, what do you do for work, sir?
I install garage doors.
Okay. What time did you have to be up for work?
I wasn't working there when this happened. This was 5 years ago.
Okay. So what time did you go to work on Monday?
Probably 7:30, 8 o'clock. When I was there, I was at a flooring place then.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, sir, you're excused. Step down. All right. Now's a good time for a break. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's a little past the noon hour. It'll be time for us to let you all have lunch. Please leave your notepads here. Remember my instructions. Don't look up anything. Don't discuss anything, even among yourselves, regarding the case. Don't watch any local news, read any local newspapers. And we will see you back here at 1 o'clock.
All rise.
Actually, before you go, I'm going to make it 1:05. It's a little afternoon, so I'll give you a whole hour. Anything I need to take care of before we leave for lunch?
No, we're just concerned because we have a lot of spectators in the case. We've got the jurors. There's not, I don't want everybody hitting that same restaurant every day all together.
I see.
So maybe we're.
That's a good instruction. Just if you are here, obviously observing for the case, regardless of the purpose, the reason you're here, just make sure you don't have any contact with any of the jurors. If you see the juror tag on them, just please don't make any contact. You don't even say good afternoon or anything. So if you'll please obey that instruction, that will help ensure that we're able to continue on with the trial uninterrupted. So. With that, everybody ready to go to lunch then? Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let the record reflect. State's present, defense counsel, and the defendant are present. We're ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready? All right, let's bring in the jury.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you were able to get some lunch. I have also put some coffee, snacks, other things back there in the jury room for you. So if you also, I would tell you, if you want to bring any of your own snacks or anything like that from home, there is a refrigerator back there and places for you to store those as well. By a show of hands, was there anyone on the jury who was not able to adhere to the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discuss anything about this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. Statement called to the next witness.
The state calls Charles Caruso.
Sir, if you'll just stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may take the stand.
May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Charles Caruso,
Where are you currently employed?
the City of Cape Coral Police Department.
What is your assignment with Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a sergeant currently assigned to the supervise the Marine unit.
Sergeant Caruso, what type of training and experience do you have to be in your current position?
Aside from the academy training, which was about 4.5 months or so back when I did it. It's longer now. I've gone through about 300 hours, give or take, of advanced investigations training, and we get mandatory in-service training quarterly. So that over 26 years, it's quite a bit.
So you've been with Cape Coral Police Department for 26 years?
Not with Cape Coral, but overall, I just started my 27th year in January.
All right. Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your assignment on that day?
I was assigned to road patrol, and I was the supervisor of the South District.
Did you become aware of an investigation involving someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And what was your specific role with regard to that investigation?
Specifically, there were a couple locations in South District that that I was asked to check and to make sure they were getting checked. Looking for the welfare of Kristine Melton because she had not been heard from and it had not been seen.
And did you know who Kristine Melton was at that time?
No, ma'am.
So when you got this information that she was missing, were you aware of any other scenes that were already set up?
Yes, I knew there was a location in either the North or Central District. I think it was right on the border between the two, where her vehicle had been found.
And was that vehicle at Mateo Graphics?
Yes, ma'am.
So were there already Cape Coral police officers at that scene trying to determine where she was or what had happened?
Yes, ma'am. And they were, from what I understood at the time, it was a.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, if I may give an exception?
Okay.
Again, effect on the listener as to what he did.
It's not grounds, it's not ground relevance.
All right. Sustain.
Okay, what did you do?
Based on all the facts and circumstances, I knew that we had, this was a very high priority. Several of my officers went to 4838 Tudor Drive, which is where we knew Kristine Melton lived.
There's some other areas that were checked as well?
Yes.
What other areas?
I had an officer go to Duffy's Tavern, which was a place that I found Kristine Melton was employed. I wanted to see if she was there. She was not. And I was given another address on Stratford Court that was somehow had been somehow associated with Kristine in the past. I went there and spoke with a resident, and there was no connection to Kristine. So they were both of those leads had been exhausted, and we were left with 4838 Tudor Drive.
Now, at 4838 Tudor Drive, you mentioned there were other officers that you had sent to that location?
Yes.
And I'm showing States Exhibit 10A. Is that the 4838 location that you're referring to? Ms. Melton's house?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, looks like it.
Okay. And were they able to make contact with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Now, what did you do when you got to that location?
I got there and had been notified over the police radio that.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, when you were at that location, did you, again, no one had made contact with her?
Right, that's correct.
And had her body been found in the car back at Mateo's?
No, ma'am.
So what did you and the officers at her home decide to do?
We forced entry into the house by knocking in the front door with a ram.
And what happened when you got inside of her home?
We were inside somewhere around 45 seconds. Long enough, it's a small apartment, long enough to see there was nothing in the living room, nothing in the kitchen, but on the floor between the bedroom and the kitchen was a large bundle of, it was hard to tell, looked like bed sheets and clothing. We couldn't see anything right away. We spread apart the sheets just enough to see a leg, the lower portion of a leg. I noticed immediately there was a unique tattoo on it, and at that point we backed out and left the apartment.
Okay. After you backed out, did you change your mind about staying out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am. I realized in my kind of desire to make sure we protect the scene that we really hadn't cleared the bedroom adequately. And from my experience, I know that this is going to be a very lengthy investigation, and we need to make sure that everyone who's going to be there is going to be safe. So we had to make sure there was nobody hiding. And we also knew at that point there were There were other charges, and I also realized that we hadn't really done anything to confirm whether or not the person in the blankets was alive or dead.
Were you able to confirm whether the person in the blankets was alive or dead?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you do that?
I've put on a glove to feel for a pulse, and I could feel that her arm was already stiff.
And you said that you cleared the home. Did you find any other person at all in that house?
No, ma'am.
May I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing with the states exhibits 10B, 10C, and 10D.
What were the number of the exhibits again? Ms. Miller? What were the number of the exhibits?
10.
10 what?
B,
I can't, I'm sorry, what?
10, 10B, 10C, and 10D.
10, 10B, 10C, and 10E?
D. D is in dog.
Oh, Z. No, D.
D
Right,
is in dog, yes.
Okay.
Sergeant, I'm approaching you and showing you some items of evidence. If you could take a look at each of these pictures, please.
Okay.
These items fairly and accurately represent the outside of the home and the inside of the home back on October 7th of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state would move exhibits 10, 10B, 10C, and 10D into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Sergeant, you were testifying that when you first walked in, you saw what looked like a pile of blankets in between the kitchen and the bedroom. Is this what you first saw when you walked in?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 10C. Is this a closer up view of those blankets that you observed?
Yes, it is.
Then you mentioned seeing a unique tattoo showing you State's Exhibit 10D. Where is that tattoo? Are you able to see from there on that photograph?
Yeah, it was on the lower portion of her right leg.
Showing you a close-up, which is 10E. Is that the tattoo on the leg you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually take a photograph of that tattoo on her leg?
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose in doing that?
Knowing how this investigation would play out, I knew that it would be it might help in help making an identification.
So at that time when you saw this body, you weren't for sure whose it was?
That's correct.
Now, after you backed out the second time, did you have a crime scene prepared?
Yes, I instructed my officers to put up crime scene tape and start a crime scene contamination list.
What is a crime scene contamination list?
It's just a log of everyone who comes and goes and the times that they enter and exit the crime scene.
About what time was it that you arrived and entered Ms. Melton's home?
I got on scene about roughly 4 o'clock. We made entry, I believe it was 4:12.
So that's 4:12 p.m. on October 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 10, and it looks like there's some yellow crime scene tape. Was that put up by officers blocking off that home and that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if someone went past that yellow crime scene tape, do they have to sign that contamination log?
Yes.
Now, about how many people, once you realized this was a crime scene, about how many officers would you say showed initially?
While I was there, I think it was just me and officers from my squad. So there were 4 or 5.
And was a homicide investigator assigned to come out and take over the actual investigation of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you were on that scene, did any of Kristine Melton's family members begin to show?
Yes.
And were you the one that actually notified them of anything?
No, I didn't.
Did you have a victim advocate come to the scene?
Yes.
And as far as the identification and the notification, was that assigned to other officers later?
Yes, that was assigned to a detective who was working on the case.
Once you cleared that house, was a search warrant signed off on so that crime scene could come in and do a thorough investigation and collection of evidence?
As far as I understand, yes.
So you weren't involved in collecting any of that evidence?
That's correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
All right. Mr. Hollander.
Sergeant, just clarify something. You forced entry, the front door.
That's correct.
You went in, you located Miss Melton. How long did that take?
It was under a minute.
Okay. You and your officers came out of the house.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go back in to a second time to clear the house? Is that what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you in there that time?
About 3.5 minutes.
Did any of the officers disturb the pile that Miss Melton's body was under?
No. In fact, I told the other officers to stay where they were, and I knew it was a small room that really needed to be cleared, and there was no point in any more than one person going, so I did that myself.
Okay. You didn't find anyone else in the house?
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
The state calls Nicholas Malone.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take the stand.
What's your statement?
May I
You may
inquire?
proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicholas Malone,
Where are you employed?
Cape Coral Police Department,
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
over 15 years.
Could you describe your training and experience that you've had?
Basic Law Enforcement Academy in Broward in 2007, 2008. Hired on with Fort Lauderdale. Road experience for over 8 years, field training officer. Then I was assigned to the Professional Standards Bureau, background hiring of officers. And I was tasked with the From there, I went to major crimes, assigned to the FBI task force, tracking down internet predators.
Say it again, please.
Tracking down internet predators against kids.
Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And what was your assignment on that day?
That I was assisting. I was in major crimes, assisting in information regarding a vehicle that had fled.
Now, as part of major crimes, are they involved in investigating homicide cases?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine, with regard to that car fleeing, who that car belonged to?
Yes.
And who did that car belong to?
Miss Melton.
Were you involved in any attempts to try to locate Miss Melton?
I was.
And did you end up finding out her emergency contact?
I did.
Who was her emergency contact?
Sorry if I mispronounced, Miss Cometer.
Was her first name Samantha?
Yes.
Did you end up being able to get in touch with her?
I did.
Did she put you in touch with somebody by the name of Stephanie Johnson?
Yes.
Now, during this time, have you yet located Kristine Melton, or has anybody located her?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point, did you learn that Kristine Melton had been found?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in going into her home or helping with evidence?
No.
Did you actually ever go into her home and see her body?
No.
Now, did you try to see if you could learn more information from neighbors or going around the neighborhood?
Yes.
Can you just describe to the jurors what it was that you were tasked with doing?
It was a simple canvas of a neighborhood, if anybody saw or heard anything. So I knocked on doors, spoke to people. The consensus of the people I spoke to, there was nothing out of the ordinary they saw or heard. During that canvas on the 7th, I was able to locate also cameras on a building on that road, Tudor Drive, 4807. They had cameras pointing north and south on that road. So I just make note of the camera systems if I can't make contact with the people that day.
Okay. Did you actually review any footage or any camera footage that you noted?
I did.
Okay. And what camera footage did you note that had some interest to you?
So the camera 1 and camera 2 that was on the building of 4807 Tudor, that building behind it on Marine Drive, I believe is 4810. That was the business area of Mr. Bill Masters, owned both properties. I had made contact with him to try to get the video or review it. So I had gone back later, I believe on the 10th, to review that video of camera 1 and 2.
And when you reviewed that video, did you note anything of any significance on that camera?
I did.
Okay. And what did you see on that camera?
So the camera system was showing the hours that I recorded from 0300 to, I believe, 0620 hours. And I was able to identify a vehicle matching the description of the black Nissan Versa.
And was that the car that belonged to Kristine Melton?
It appeared so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the record, I'm approaching defense counsel and showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 12.
No objection.
Sir, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 12. If you just take a look at this, what is this piece of evidence?
It's a DVD of the video that I received with my initials on it.
Did you have the opportunity to review this video?
Yes, I've seen that
And
video.
it's the same video that you collected?
Yes,
And did you put your initials and the date that you reviewed it?
I did.
At this time, the state will move 12 into evidence.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And you mentioned you conducted a neighborhood canvass of the area. Did you also conduct several interviews of people that had information about this case?
I did.
Was one of those interviews of Stephen Testaseca?
Yes.
And what was his relationship to the case?
Father,
The father of who?
Mr. Wilson.
And did you record that interview that you conducted with him?
I did.
Did you also conduct an interview with his wife?
I did.
Was that interview also recorded?
Yes.
When you interviewed the two of them, did you make sure that they were separated?
I did.
And then did you also write a statement about your involvement in this case?
I did.
We have a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor. The state tenders a witness.
All right.
The video that we just saw, there's a car moving down the street. I assume that's the object that you all were interested in? You have to
Yes.
answer that loud.
Yes.
Okay. What time did that car travel?
So on video, the system, it was approximately 6:10 a.m. However, like most systems I've dealt with in the past, people don't change their time, like my personal one, I don't. So they're typically an hour off. So that time, I was able to determine that was approximately an hour off the system for fallback. So the morning hours there, I was able to easily just figure out that the system was approximately an hour off. So even though the system shows that it's 6:10, it was probably 7:10 a.m.
Okay, so it's an hour behind.
Correct, because if it was actually 6:10, it would have been dark outside still during that time.
Did you interview someone named Andrew?
I spoke with her. I don't believe I did a formal interview with her.
What was her last name?
Miss Johnson?
Okay, so you're calling her Andrea? Is that the Johnson that testified earlier?
I need clarification. There's a few women I spoke to.
Okay. Why did you not, if you talked to her by phone, am I correct?
Correct.
Why did you not do a face-to-face interview or a video recorded interview or something?
Which one is Andrea? The Andrea.
Well, you said Johnson.
Which last name are you referring to? Because I
No.
spoke to a couple women.
Right, and one of them was named Andrea.
Okay. Was that the one that I would have to recall my affidavit if that was the one that worked at Buddha?
May I approach?
You may.
See if this.
This afternoon.
So Andrea was the one that worked at Buddha that I did interview at the station.
And worked where?
I believe at the Buddha nightclub.
Okay, so she was what, a bartender?
I believe so.
Do you know her last name?
Can't recall it right now. I have it in my affidavit.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Judge?
You may. All right. Any objection? All right, you can step down and you're excused. State and call their next witness.
Judge, say we call Ms. Christina Potts.
right, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Please watch your step.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Kristine Potts.
And where do you work?
I'm a forensic technician with the Cape Coral Police Department.
And that answers my next question.
Sorry.
And how long have you been a forensic technician for the Cape Coral Police Department?
For 12 years.
And what is involved in being a forensic technician?
We're responsible for responding to crime scenes, all types of them, from burglaries to homicides. We photograph them, document them through notes, sketches, video. We also collect items and process them. And I also do fingerprint comparisons and digital forensics.
And approximately how many crime scenes would you say that you've gone through over the course of the years?
Over 1,000.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the 7th of October of 2019. Did you have occasion to go to a residence at 4838 Tudor Drive in Cape
Yes.
Coral?
Yes.
And what was the reason for you to go to that location?
We responded there for a search warrant for a death investigation.
And what did you do when you arrived at that particular location?
I met with officers on scene. They explained everything. I took photographs starting with the exterior and took overalls exterior and interior and then progressed through the scene.
What was the purpose of taking overalls as far as photography goes?
To document everything from a distance, so that way when you examine it closer, you can see the orientation and the location.
And then you also indicated that you went ahead and took photographs of the interior as well?
Yes.
Now, if I may approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm handing you a whole stack of photographs here that have been already previously admitted into evidence. I ask that you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And are those photographs that you took of 4838 Tudor Drive?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm also showing defense counsel's proofs and marked as states exhibit number 10F, 10G, and 10H.
You may.
Possible also handing you with proofs and marked as 10F, 10G, and 10H. I ask that you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the interior of the items that you collected from Ms. Kristine Melton's body?
Yes.
Judge, the state move 10F, 10G, and 10H into evidence at this time? No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Now, after you go ahead and photograph and collect the various items on the interior, do you also go ahead and prepare what's called a diagram?
Yes, somebody on scene usually does, yes.
And what would be the purpose of preparing the diagram?
Just another form of documentation to show the orientation of things.
When we say orientation things, you're talking about items that are contained within the residence in relationship to each other?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some proofs and marked as states exhibit number 11. May I approach?
You may.
Ms. Potts, I'm handing you with some proofs and marked as states exhibit number 11. Are you familiar with that particular item?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that item?
It's a diagram taken of, or made of the residence at Tudor Drive.
And that diagram fairly and accurately depicts the items in relationship to each other based upon the photography and the photographs that you took on the 7th of October of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge of State moves State's Exhibit number 11 into evidence at this time as well.
Be admitted.
Judge, if I may approach and collect the various items to publish.
You may.
Now, Ms. Potts, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen to your right. States 10, that's a photograph of the, obviously the mailbox, which orients us to the exact address to which you were dispatched. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when we're looking at 10A, what are we looking at there?
That is the exterior of the residence, a little closer from the mailbox to show the whole outside from the front.
Now, to assist us in when we enter this particular residence, I'd like to show you the diagram, State's Exhibit number 11. Can you orient us with regards to where the front door would be?
The front door is in the bottom right corner with the line that is kind of at a 90-degree angle in and out.
So directly where my pen is and where it says we're in entrance, is that right?
Yes.
And as we enter into the front door, directly to our left, what area am I referring to as I'm circling the first big rectangle that's to the left of that area?
The furthest to the left is the living room area, and then the dining room table area.
And if we proceeded in the front door and moved our way back into this particular diagram where it says kitchen, is that in fact indeed the kitchen?
Yes.
And then if we went to the left here and we see this item here that looks almost like a elongated cloud, item C, I believe, or L, excuse me. What exactly are we looking at in that particular photograph or diagram?
That is the female body that was in the doorway, wrapped in the bedding.
How far would you say that particular item was in relationship to the doorway?
It was in the middle of the doorway.
And from the front door, how far would you say it would be? Approximately.
I'm not sure on the distance, but
So if I directed your attention here to what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 10B, is that the doorway that you're referring to, that back where actually the cat is located, and in that doorway we see it looks like a pile of bedding?
yes,
And that's that cloud object that's depicted in the diagram?
yes.
So then, as we make our way to 10C, what did you do when you observed that particular pile of bedding and clothing?
Photographed it.
Did you do anything more with it at that point in time?
No.
And then we're looking at 10D. That's a closer up photograph of the bedding and the clothing that's tied around it.
Yes.
Now, is this photograph one that you took as well, 10E?
Yes.
Now, after you took these particular photographs, what did you do next?
Waited for the medical examiner to respond.
Okay. And did they respond?
Yes.
And what did you do after they responded?
We had to take the bedding apart layer by layer and photographed everything as we removed it.
So when we're referring to State's Exhibit number 10F that you just identified, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
That is clothing that was tied together and wrapped around the outside of the bedding.
And what kind of clothing was that was being utilized to make the ties?
I believe that one is a pair of jeans, a shirt, and a bra.
And then we're looking at 10G, where we're looking at in this photograph.
That is a white scarf that was used it was wrapped around her hands.
And did you ultimately remove that scarf as well?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking here at in, item 10H?
Yes.
Now, when you discovered the body all wrapped up in those sheets and tied up with that clothing, what happens to the clothing that you had gone ahead and unwrapped the body with?
Each item was left tied as it was and was packaged separately and collected as evidence.
And what do you do when you collect evidence?
We submit it to our evidence unit, and most of those items were sent for additional testing.
Now, when you collect these particular items, how is it that you are processing them when you get them back to the lab?
They're laid out on butcher paper and photographed in the lab setting, usually with a scale.
And do you ultimately wind up going ahead and placing them into specific bags, into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And what's involved in doing that?
If something's collected from the scene, we put it in a bag at the scene, and then we transport it back to the lab, and it's in my custody that entire time.
Is that to maintain integrity and control over that specific item?
Yes.
Let me approach, Judge.
Yeah.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel Kristine Melton cases of number 16, 17, and 18. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Ms. Watson, handing was from previously marked cases of number 16, 17, and 18. Do you recognize each and every one of those items that are currently before you at this time?
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
By the sticker on them with my handwriting on case documentation.
And are you aware of whether or not those items are in the same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request assistance as it relates to all three items with a pair of scissors and a pair of gloves, so that way she may examine each item.
Open all of them.
If you'd be so kind.
Sorry. Please look into item that's previously been marked as state exhibit number 16. What is that item? That is the black, white, and gray tied clothing.
Okay. And is that item in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And was that item sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing?
Yes.
Judge, state move state number 16 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
For both of those items, the two items that we see here, it states exhibit number 10D, which is the photograph depicting the tie here towards the bottom of this particular photograph near the leg area.
Yes.
Directing your attention to states exhibit number 17. Would you kindly look into that bag and see if you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize those items?
They're the items I collected, and they are the two shirts, bra top, and jeans.
Now, are those items in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
And were those items also sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing?
Yes.
Judge, the state would move states exhibit number 17 in evidence at this time.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Published, Judge.
You may.
Now, Ms. Potts, those items that you identified and looked at and published for the jury just a moment ago, are those items one of the same items that you had gone ahead and taken a photograph of here in States Exhibit 10D, which reflects the ties midway up the torso in the particular photograph that we have before the jury at this time?
Yes.
And those were the items that you had to untie in order to place in that bag, is that correct?
I did not untie them. They were untied at FDLE.
Fair enough. Now, I ask you to take a look at the State's Exhibit number 18. Recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
It is a blind rod that was found inside the bedding.
So, when you say inside the bedding, what do you mean?
We did not locate it until we had taken the clothing off and started to open up the bedding. It was inside with the body.
And did you obviously also send that off for forensic testing?
Yes.
And is that item in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge, State moves State's Exhibit number 18 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
Now, was there anything of note worthy evidentiary value that you saw on this particular item, other than it was collected and found with the body that was wrapped?
Yes, there was red stains on one of the ends.
Do you know which end?
The non-handle, this one.
Now, Ms. Potts, did you have any further involvement in this particular case after you had gone ahead and conducted the crime scene processing?
Yes.
What was that?
I also completed a body search warrant.
Okay. And what is a body search warrant?
When there is a search warrant provided to collect evidence from a body, usually photographs, possibly clothing, swabs.
And did you conduct a body search warrant on a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And do you see Mr. Wilson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Please point him out and describe our clothing that he's wearing.
He is sitting at the right side table in a blue jacket and yellow tie.
Now, would you please describe for us, when you conduct a body search warrant, how you go about doing that?
First, I photograph the search warrant usually, then I take overalls of the individual, overall, closer head, close-ups of hands, then have them turn around and do the same, and also any tattoos, marks, cuts, scratches, anything of possible evidentiary value.
Does that also entail collecting what are called buccal swabs?
Yes.
And what are buccal swabs?
They are swab samples collected from the inside of the cheeks
And what is the purpose of collecting buccal swabs?
to obtain a known DNA standard.
And would that be from the saliva obviously contained within the mouth?
Yeah, the saliva and skin cells.
Judge, not the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel from previously marked as stated in 38. May I approach?
You may.
Spots I'm handing you some previously marked as stated in 38. Please take a look at that item and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize it by the sticker in my handwriting with the case documentation.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And what is different about that particular envelope?
There's additional sealing from FDLE and an additional sticker.
That means that it was sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing, is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, say move Stacy Zibner 38 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Potts. Did you untie, apparently there were some sort of clothing tied around the, what was it, a mattress?
It was like the mattress pad and the foam cover and sheets and blankets,
Okay, and what was tied around them?
clothing items.
Okay. Did you undo those clothing items?
I did not untie them. We carefully pulled them off to keep them in the same condition they were in.
All right, and that's how you sent them to FDLE?
Yes.
All right. When you executed the search warrant, the body search warrant, some of Mr. Wilson's clothing had stains on them?
Yes.
Did you test for blood or any other substance?
Yes, I did test them for blood with presumptive testing.
I'm sorry?
I did do presumptive blood testing on them, yes, on the stains.
And were they negative?
Yes.
You process Miss Melton's house for fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And you took fingerprints from Mr. Wilson?
I did not take fingerprints from him.
Did you compare the fingerprints that you collected from the house against what you were advised were Mr. Wilson's fingerprints?
A different analyst did the fingerprint comparison.
Who was that, ma'am?
Lisa Lansky did the report.
Did you process any of the items that were around the body for DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I collected swab samples from almost every item I collected, and I don't believe those were sent for testing.
They were what?
They were not sent for testing
Why not?
because we're allotted a certain amount of items that we're allowed to send, and we can only continue testing if there's not evidentiary value found from the initial items.
And there, I take it, since you weren't able to send these items, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in what was submitted.
No, that means there was.
There was.
Yes.
Okay, so why didn't they send the rest of the items that you processed, that you located?
It was not requested.
Did you process Ms. Melton's car?
I did not.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Mrs. Potts, for clarification, when you conducted your body search warrant of Mr. Wilson, do you know approximately how many days or how much time after you processed the scene did that body search warrant take place?
It was the same night.
It was the same night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the items that you had gone ahead and collected that were not sent off, are you aware of whether or not Florida Department of Law Enforcement goes ahead and continues testing various items that are found around a particular item or a specific item of interest once they've confirmed specific DNA?
They usually will not continue testing.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Anything else?
Just one.
Go ahead.
So it's FDLE's position, to your knowledge, in a homicide case, that they only test a limited number of items?
Yes. Depending on the evidentiary results that they gave.
So if the items test positive to begin with, they don't want anymore?
They may accept additional items, but they will not take every item from a case, no.
Nothing further.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you can
May
step
I
down.
ask if she be excused?
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused, and you can step down. Everybody doing okay on the jury? Okay, state and call our next witness.
Judge, State would call Dr. Noelia Hernandez.
Mr. Gardner, I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Dr. Noelia Hernandez.
right, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear.
You can take the stand. Do you need these items up here, Mr. Brennan?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You want to get?
Absolutely, Judge. May I approach the clerk?
You may.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
I'm Dr. Noelia Alemar Hernandez.
Dr. Hernandez, would you please tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm an associate medical examiner here in Lee County at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
And what type of background do you have that allows you to be a medical examiner?
I did a bachelor's degree in chemistry at the University of Puerto Rico. Then I did 4 years of medical school at the University of Puerto Rico as well. Then I did a residency program in anatomic pathology at NYU. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
After training, almost 5 years now.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what pathology actually is?
Yes. So pathology is a branch of medicine that studies disease, just like internal medicine is also a branch of medicine.
And what is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology would be a subspecialty of pathology, just like, for example, cardiology is a subspecialty of internal medicine. And what forensic pathology focuses on is determining the cause and manner of death by examining a dead body, as well as reviewing medical records and whatever information we have to make that determination.
And what is anatomical pathology?
Anatomical pathology is just, when you talk about pathology, you have anatomical and clinical. Anatomical focuses more on studying disease, like organs. So we do a lot of, for example, when you have a biopsy that would get sent to the lab, that's an anatomic pathologist that looks at that under the microscope. So it's not just doing autopsies, you're also looking at a lot of slides to diagnose disease as well in any organ.
Now, over the past 5 years that you've actually been a medical examiner, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably close to 1,400.
Now, in October of 2019, were you an associate medical examiner here in Lee County?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to perform the autopsy of a young lady by the name of Kristine Melton?
Yes, I did.
All right. In general, could you describe for ladies and gentlemen in the jury the medical purpose for conducting an autopsy?
So like I was saying, we conduct autopsies to, the main reason is to determine the cause and manner of death for a decedent, as well as to document disease and injury as well on a dead person.
Please explain for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what exactly a cause of death is.
So the cause of death is the disease, the injury, or it could be a combination of both that causes the death of an individual.
And when you refer to manner of death, what do you mean?
So manner of death is just a classification of how the cause of death came about. So it can be classified as natural, somebody that dies, for example, of old age or just heart disease. It can be an accident, like, for example, somebody that dies in a car accident. Suicide, when somebody takes their own life. Homicide, which is deaths at the hands of another. And undetermined, which is when it could either fit into more than one of those categories, or we don't have enough information to put it into any of those categories.
Now let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Ms. Kristine Melton on the 8th of October of 2019. Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began conducting the autopsy of Ms. Melton?
So when we first received the body, it's sealed and locked in a body bag. So we begin the autopsy by doing an external examination where we document everything on the body, things like height and weight, and just the general appearance of the deceased, as well as any injuries or any markings that might be on the body. And we also collect evidence as well while we're doing the external examination.
Would you please tell us what, if any, injuries that you observed on the body of Ms. Kristine Melton during that you were conducting the external examination?
She had some small bruises on her neck and the left side of her face, like almost towards her neck, as well as she had some small abrasions, which are kind of, I guess a layman's term would be saying like a scrape or a scratch, as well as some ecchymosis, which is basically like saying a bruise, like when you just bump your hand against something, for example, and you get like a bruise, that would be an ecchymosis. Scattered, she had small ones scattered throughout her body, like her torso and her extremities.
Did you notice any damage or injury to her hands?
She had a minute abrasion on her right hand, and she had artificial nails, and so some of the nails on her right hand were broken or like you could only see fragments of the artificial nails.
And did you have an opportunity to go ahead and photograph all these external injuries that you had just described?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some proofs and marks of Stacy's number 13A, 13B, 13C, and also 13D.
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing you some proofs and marks to Stacy's number 13A, 13B, 13C, and as well as 13D. I see you take a look at those items, see if you recognize those.
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that were taken during the external examination and autopsy of Ms. Melton.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict Ms. Melton when you were conducting the autopsy of her on the 8th of October of 2019?
Yes, we do.
Judge, State would move Stacy's number 13A, B, C, and D in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted. You may.
Now, Dr. Hernandez, I'm showing you State's exhibit number 13A. Could you please orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the injuries that you are observing in this particular photographs that give you any cause for concern?
So as you can see here, you're looking at the right side of her head, and you can see the upper part of her torso. The number 908-19, that's the number that was assigned to this particular autopsy, to Ms. Melton's case. And then if you looked to the, I guess looking straight at it, it would be below the number. There's like a darker bruise on the right side of her neck. I wish I had a pointer, but oh, there you go. So that's the little bruise I was referring to on the right side of her neck.
And what did that indicate to you?
That she had a blunt force injury or a bruise on that side.
And as we're looking at Stacy's exhibit number 13B, what are we looking at in this photograph that gave you any cause for concern?
This photograph is the left side of her head, and again, you can also see the superior part of her torso. And in this photograph, the dark, I guess, mark is the best way to describe it. In the picture on the between her neck and her shin on the left side, that's the abrasion, or an easier way to describe it. It could be a scratch or a scrape on the left side. And if you look towards her shin, it's a little bit hard to tell with the glare, but there's like a little pink area right here. That's also a little bruise on the left side of her shin.
Doctor, would it assist you to step down off the stand and approach the actual screen itself and allow yourself to orient the jury to what exactly it is that you're referring to?
Sure.
Court's permission?
Okay.
Objection, no question.
That's true.
Now, the abrasion that you're referring to in this particular photograph, would you please describe for us what gave you cause for concern in State's Exhibit number 13B? Would you please point to the abrasion that you're referring to? Okay. And what gave you any cause for concern as it relates to that particular injury?
Because it's an injury.
You're going to have to speak up louder because there's not a microphone over there.
At this point, I was simply documenting all the external injuries, so it gave me concern because it is an injury and it is on her body.
Okay. And because of its location, does that also give you any cause for concern?
Because it's on her neck, it's concerning, given the other findings I found during the autopsy.
What other injury were you pointing out in this particular photograph?
Hard to say, but right here?
You're referring to the bottom of her chin?
Yes.
And what are we looking at when we're looking at the bottom of her chin?
There is a small bruise right there.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 13C that's been entered into evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This picture is after the hands have been cleaned and the fingernails have been cut for evidence. But these are the two artificial fingernails that you can see.
I'm going to have her speak up louder if you're going to have her up there because I can't.
Just please speak up.
Like I was saying, can you hear me?
Okay.
This picture is after the hand has been cleaned and the fingernails have been clipped to collect evidence. What you can see here is these are the two fingers where the artificial nails, as you can see, are missing, and there's only some small fragments of them left over per nail.
And did these appear to have been broken off?
They appear to be broken off. I can't say when it happened, but they appear to be broken off.
Very well. Now, when we are talking about when we talk about some of this discoloration that is reflected here in State's Exhibit number 13B and 13A, could you tell us a little bit about the discoloration that we're observing in these particular photographs?
So she has a mix of lividity and congestion on her face. So lividity is a post-mortem change that is based on the position that a body is in after the person has passed away. So all the blood flows towards the side that you're laying on, and you get this discoloration on the face. And you can also get congestion with there are certain things that can cause the face to get congested as well. Marked discoloration that you can see, as well as around her eyes, you can see it's markedly congested with the little, it almost looks like little red bruises around her eyes.
Do you know when those particular bruises actually occur? Well, what I mean is, would those have occurred before she died, at the time of death, or after death?
Somewhere between around the time of death or before. It could be either one.
Thank you, Doctor.
You can return to the stand.
Doctor, the external injuries that you observed and photographed of Ms. Melton, after you conducted your external examination, what is your next step in the process?
That's where we do the autopsy, which is what you always see on TV, where we start with the Y-shaped incision. We reflect the skin, and we examine all of the organs. And in this particular case, we actually reflected the skin of the extremities as well to look for injuries.
Okay. When we're talking about a Y-cut incision, what do you mean?
You start at the shoulders, and you go down towards the center of the chest. So that's the top part of the Y, and then you extend it all the way down to inferior part of the abdomen. So that's the Y-shaped incision.
Okay, and when you say we were reflecting the skin, that means basically pulling it back and opening up the body, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you conducted the Y incision on Ms. Melton and began the external examination, or internal examination of her body, what did you find?
She had hemorrhage on the subcutaneous tissues of her neck, which are the tissues right under the skin. And I could also see hemorrhage over the muscles on her neck. Was the first thing we saw after starting the autopsy.
Now, with the court's permission, I'd respectfully request the doctor to step down once again and approach the screen. And
Which exhibit do you have?
State's number 13D, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Doctor, when we're looking here at State's exhibit number 13D, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of the neck from the inside. So the more, this area right here, that's the skin that has been reflected towards the top of the head. And these right here, those are the muscles of the anterior neck that have also been reflected upwards as well. So what you can see is there's hemorrhage on most of those muscles on the anterior neck. Here, 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 all of these muscles as well. And what we're doing is we're reflecting those muscles layer by layer to see how deep that hemorrhage extends to. And in her case, when we keep reflecting those muscles, it goes all the way to the deeper muscles as well as on the surface of the thyroid gland, which is sitting right over the thyroid cartilage.
What do you mean when you say that when you began reflecting the muscles, it went deeper?
So we start with the muscles that are more superficial. They start with what's called the sternocleidomastoid muscles, which are the big muscles that are more towards the side right here. And then we start with the next layer on the anterior neck. And once you reflect that, you pull it up, there's another muscle under it. So you keep going deeper into the muscle. That's what I mean by deeper.
Does the deeper the muscle and the deeper the discoloration also correlate to the amount of force necessary to create that kind of injury and trauma?
In a way, yes.
What do you mean, in a way?
I can't tell you how much force, but yes, in order to make it go deeper, it would have to be a stronger force or a harder object or force.
So the more pressure, the deeper the damage or deeper the injury. Is that right? And when we're looking at this particular photograph in general, there are a number of dark discolored areas around the neck area that indicate injury. Is that fair to say?
Yes, those are hemorrhage, all of those dark areas.
And that's because the deeper or the more pressure that's used around the neck area, the deeper the injury that's caused. Okay. As you return back to the stand, please. What other injuries did you see on the interior of Ms. Melton?
So when we reflect, and again, it's the same thing, we pull it back, the scalp, which is essentially the skin around your head. There were hemorrhages or contusions on both sides of the scalp. She also had contusions on both lungs. She had a small contusion on her transverse colon, which is part of the large bowel that is going horizontal at the upper part of your abdomen. She had.
Let's talk about the scalp injury. You indicated that there was a hemorrhage there as well.
On the
contusion.
There's contusions, yes, on both sides of the scalp.
What does that mean?
It's hemorrhage on the inner surface of the scalp.
how would one get damage to the exterior, interior of the scalp?
So those are consistent with blunt force injuries.
So someone actually striking someone, or the head actually striking something?
It could be either one, yes.
You indicated that there was also damage to the lungs or injury to the lungs?
Yes.
Okay. What damage did you see or injury did you see to the lungs?
So there's hemorrhage on the surface as well as extending slightly into the parenchyma or the inside of the lung. So those are what we call contusions on the lungs, which are also evidence of blunt force injuries.
And when we're talking about contusions, is that just a fancy word for bruising?
Yes.
So when we're talking about bruising to the lungs, how much force or pressure would it take in order to do that?
I mean, that's kind of like a hard question to answer. I can't say exactly how much pressure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if someone punched you in the lungs pretty hard, that would cause that kind of damage or injury?
If they punch you in the chest, yes, they could do that.
You also indicated that there was damage to the colon area.
Yes.
And would you please describe what injury that you saw there?
Same thing. It was hemorrhage on the surface of the colon, and it's a transverse colon, so it sits towards the top of your abdomen.
And what type of damage did you see there?
That's also a blunt force injury.
And once again, that's actually someone striking you, or you actually striking something. Is that right?
That's right.
Was there any other damage that you saw on the interior of Ms. Melton?
She also had a contusion to her liver and one to her bladder. She had a ruptured cyst in one of her ovaries, but that type of cyst could rupture due to trauma, but it could also rupture due to strenuous exercise and other activities, so I can't say whether or not that was due to the trauma.
Let's talk a little about the damage to the bladder. What did you see there?
So similar to where I was explaining in the lungs, it's also hemorrhage on the surface of the bladder, and it extends all the way to the mucosa, which would be the inner surface of the bladder where the urine is held. So it'd be like hemorrhage on the tissues right there.
And would that also be consistent with blunt force trauma?
Yes.
And as it relates to the liver, what did you know was trauma to the liver?
Yeah. So that one would also be blunt force trauma, the contusion to the liver.
So based upon your complete autopsy examination, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your conclusion was in this particular case?
So in this case, based on what I was explaining earlier in the neck, how she had hemorrhage extending from the superficial muscles all the way to the deep muscles, as well as the bruises on the outside of her neck. And also she had petechia on one of her eyelids and some petechia on her scalp. It's all of her autopsy findings taken together are consistent with death by asphyxia due to compression of the neck.
You just mentioned petechia of the eye and petechia of the scalp. Can you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury in layman's terms what that means?
So petechia are pinpoint hemorrhage. So they're like a tiny little dot, and they're caused when your venous pressure goes up. So it causes a backup of the blood, and all of that pressure causes your little venules to burst. So you just create this little, like, pinpoint, tiny little hemorrhage.
And that would have been as a result of the asphyxiation?
That's one of the causes for petechia, yes.
And doctor, did you also complete a death certificate in this particular case?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel increase in mark this case is 14. Commissioner Approach?
You may.
Dr. I'm handing you some previously marked as cases of number 14 as before with that in directness.
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
This is the death certificate for Kristine Melton.
And is that a certified copy of the death certificate?
Yes.
Judge Staten would move Stacy's number 14 in evidence.
Objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I have no further questions at this time, Judge.
Okay.
Doctor, when you, back in 2019, that's 5 years ago. You just like a brand new medical examiner?
Yes, I had recently started at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. When did you start it there?
September of 2019.
So this was 1 month after being there.
Yes.
Did you take, or as part of your protocol, did you take DNA scrapings from under Miss Melton's nails?
We take the fingernail clippings where they cut the fingernails, and we put them in the little envelopes.
Okay. But you're not, you yourself, conducting an autopsy, are not looking to collect DNA, are you?
We collect a DNA card from the decedent, where it's like a little card with circles, and you put blood from the decedent on it.
Okay.
We collect the fingernail clippings, which I guess law enforcement would use to look for DNA under the fingernails. We'll do swabs if they request us to do a rape kit, like swabs of the mouth, the anus, the vagina. And if there's any secretions or anything we notice on the body, we may swab that as well.
Did you do a rape kit on Miss Melton?
I believe we did, yes.
And what do you do with that when you're done collecting the evidence?
We hand that over. We sign it, we seal it, and we hand it over to law enforcement.
Okay. And just what do you do to use a rape kit? I'm sorry. When you are going to complete a rape kit, what do you do as part of your autopsy?
You mean like how do I collect this? Is that what
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I usually have my technicians assist with that, and before we clean the body, once we open the body bag, we'll take swabs of, so the rape kit usually comes with swabs for the buccal mucosa, it swabs for the vagina, and swabs for the anus as well. So we'll do all of those before we clean or start manipulating the body any further, once we get it.
Do you as the doctor do those, or are your technicians doing them?
They usually do those under my supervision.
Could the injuries to the neck area occur during rough sex?
Some of the injuries, I guess it's possible.
You mentioned various contusions on the body. Were there contusions on the exterior of the body that corresponded to what you found on the internal examination?
So, for example, one of the bruises on the right side of the neck, there was hemorrhage corresponding to that area. Some of the bruises on her extremity, I don't remember the exact locations, had hemorrhage under the skin corresponding to those bruises. But not all of them had a bruise that you could see on the skin over them.
Well, like you said, petechiae, how long does it take to, I think you said that those were burst capillaries?
They're burst little venules, so they're some of the smallest blood vessels in the body.
How long does it take for for one of those things to burst?
I can't really give you a time frame. That would probably depend on how much pressure you're applying. The higher the pressure, the faster they would burst.
So they could burst in basically seconds, depending on what's happening.
That's correct.
Okay, and you found those on an eyelid. Did you find any in the eyeballs?
She had ecchymosis or hemorrhage in the eyeballs. So I can't say definitively if those were petechia, that they can become confluent. So when you have petechia close together, they can kind of coalesce. So it just looks like one big ecchymosis rather than a bunch of little petechia. But that's pretty much impossible to say if that's what happened in that case.
And how did you note petechiae on the scalp?
When you reflect it on the inside, that's where you see the petechia.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Yes, that's it. If you'll collect the evidence, exhibits, and give those to the clerk.
No objection.
Okay.
They're going to ask them to release it.
Oh, I don't. Did they? I don't think they have.
Yes, it should be released.
Okay.
No objection.
All right. You're released. Everybody in the jury okay? Okay. Call your next witness.
The state calls Luis Tabota Rodriguez.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You take the stand. Right, follow.
Inquire.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Luis Taboada Rodriguez.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
I have two last names. It's Taboada is Taboada, and Rodriguez is Rod. Okay, spell again. Rodriguz.
And sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am the director of clinical service at Nova University.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. What were you doing on that day?
That day was the day that I went to my daughter's school. So I went there to pay the after school programs.
Where did your daughter go to school at the time?
That was Hector Cafarara School, elementary school at Cape Coral town.
Now, when you were going to the school, was there anything that caught your attention?
When I went out is when it caught my attention. And I went to the office, I paid the after school program, and I went out. I saw in the entrance of the school a woman purse, and this is what that caught my attention. So I turned and I grabbed the purse and gave to the police office inside the school, in the office.
All right. Now, when you saw this purse, Where exactly was it? Was it in the road or on a sidewalk?
It was in the middle of the road, but it's in the main entrance of the school. I think it's a school property, not in the street.
When you saw the purse, what did you think at the time when you saw it?
I saw that probably some mom dropped it. I have seen people leaving stuff in the top of the car, and I saw that.
So you said when you saw it when you were driving,
Yes, when I went out from school,
and you stopped and picked it up?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel 23, 24, and 24A. Sir, I'm showing you States Exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. Are these photographs of the purse that you picked up from in front of the elementary school and turned it to the school resource officer?
It was kind of brown.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. It was kind of brown, but it was a woman purse.
Okay. So you're not for sure whether this is it, but you did pick up a purse and turn it into the school resource officer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, when you left the purse with the school resource officer, did you give him your name?
No, basically they know me there because I already paid for that school programs, and no, I just gave the purse and tell the office that I don't know what was inside. Just the purse was open. I saw some stuff there like cards or but I didn't open it and check anything, so I gave to them.
Okay. And did you then give a statement to Cape Coral Police Department about the purse that you found?
I did.
All right, this time the state tenders a witness.
No cross.
Very well. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you so much.
I ask that he be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're also excused.
Right? Can I leave?
You can go.
Thank you.
At this time, the state calls Don Griffin.
All right. If you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you can take the stand.
Please watch your step.
May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Dawn Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, where do you work?
I worked at Benson and Associates.
Say it again, please.
I worked at Benson and Associates.
That was back on October 7th of 2019 you were working there?
Yes.
What type of a company is that?
Interior design.
What was your role for them?
I was just like a staff person that helped out in different areas.
Now, back on October 7th of 2019, about what time did you arrive to work?
6:30
Was that in the morning or evening?
morning.
When you arrived at work, where did you go?
There's 2 offices. I went into the administrative side.
Now, is the administrative office connected to the other office?
I don't think they're physically connected, no.
So you would have to go outside one office to get
Yes.
to the other office?
Yes.
Now, once you got inside the office, did something attract your attention?
Not till later, not till I moved to the other office.
And once you moved to the other office, what attracted your attention?
Someone passed closely to the door that of the office I was in, did not have a shirt on. It was early, I think after 7:30. It was still pretty early. Not many other businesses are open at that point.
This person that passed by without a shirt on, were you able to tell whether it was a man or a woman?
Man,
And did you notice any tattoos?
there were tattoos.
Now, what happened after the man passed by?
Nothing. It was split second of my view. I just went back to work.
As you were working again, did something else attract your attention?
When I was in the back, I heard something that drew my attention to look outside.
What did you hear that drew your attention?
I don't remember exactly what it was I heard. It was enough to draw my attention to come out of the back.
Did it sound like a voice?
Yes.
And did it sound like a female voice or male voice?
I would, most likely a female, it sounded to me.
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Now, when you heard this voice, what was it that you did?
I continued to look outside.
What did you see when you looked outside?
Some kind of a struggle between this man and someone else I could not see.
The struggle between the man and the other person, were you able to observe any part of that person?
Of the other person,
Correct.
I could just see hair,
And what color was the hair?
blonde.
Did you see whether the man had his hand on this person's hair?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Now, how long did you watch this struggle go on?
I would say it was a short time, maybe a minute. I don't know.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the car that was next to them?
There were 2 cars. There was one parked in front of where the doorway is to this office, and there was another car behind that.
Did you know the owner of either of those cars?
I didn't remember at the time that the car next to the office was for an employee from the office.
The other car next to the employee's car, was that a car that you recognized or knew about?
No.
Now, after observing this struggle, what did you do?
I called the police.
And did they get there right away?
It didn't seem like it.
Now, was anybody else in either of your offices at that time?
I was the only one in this particular office. There were other staff members in the other office, the administrative side.
Were you able to let them know about what was going on?
Yes, after I hung up with the police, I called the other office to let them know.
And did you make sure that your door was locked?
Yes.
Eventually, did police show?
Yes.
And did they ask you about what had happened?
No.
So at some point, did you give some information to a police officer?
Yes.
And that was at a later date?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
About what time was this? After 7:30, 8 o'clock?
The incident,
Yes.
sometime after 7:30.
Nothing further.
All right.
Ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can step down and you're excused.
We're going to need a break before the next few witnesses.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll send you back into the jury room. Please leave your notes here. Remember my earlier instructions. And we'll probably be on break for 15 minutes maybe.
All rise.
right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. All right, let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, defendant are all present. Are we ready to proceed?
State's ready.
Ready to bring back the jury?
Not my breath.
I'd like to call Ms. Amy Slobodian. Slobodian.
Mr. Gardner, what was the first name?
Amy.
If you just stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Watch your seat.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
my name is Amy Slobodian.
And Ms. Slobodian, you know a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for over 10 years.
Does she have a nickname?
Mila.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the 6th of October of 2019. Did you go anywhere that evening?
Yeah, I did. I just recently came back from South Dakota, and I was like, I want to go see some friends, so I went down to the Buddha.
And about what time did you go there?
It was a little after 10,
And about how close to the Buddha do you live at that time?
maybe a mile.
And did you go there by yourself?
Yes,
And when you got there, did you see anyone you knew?
I saw Mila.
Okay. Did you see anyone else?
I saw Wade.
You say Wade. Who's that?
Wade Wilson.
Okay.
She
And
introduced me to him.
do you see Mr. Wilson here in court today? See you nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
he's in the blue suit.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses also identified Mr. Wilson.
All right.
Now, at some point in the evening, did you decide to leave the Buddha?
Yes, I did. It was a little before closing time. I usually leave before it's after 2. And I walked outside, and when I walked outside, I noticed Mila's car to the right of me leaving, and then I noticed to the left of me at the stoop, Mila was standing there. So I was like, why is your car driving away? And she said, Wade took the car and he left. So I offered her a ride to my house if she wanted to just come to my house because I was right around the corner.
Okay. And did she accept your
Yes,
offer?
she did, and she spent the night with me.
Okay. Where did she sleep that night?
She slept on the sofa.
Did anything happen the following morning?
Yes, I had my bedroom door open and I heard her speaking on her phone saying, I don't know, let me check for a piece of mail and I'll give you the address. And I hollered to her, Mila, I don't know him. I don't want him in my house. My son is here. I will take you wherever you need to go. Like, if you want me to drive you somewhere, I'll take you wherever you need to go. So she was like, we'll just meet you at my spa.
And you indicated that you heard, was the phone being utilized at that time?
Yeah.
But how many times would you say that phone was being used or called?
They were talking on and off. It just kept ringing and ringing, and the whole time, the whole ride, all the way to the spa.
So did you feel comfortable with him coming to your house?
Absolutely not. I don't let strangers in my home.
So did you ultimately wind up driving her to the spa?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for her to want to meet up with him?
She wanted to get her keys and her driver's license and her car. She wanted her car back.
When you arrived at the spa, was Mr. Wilson there?
So they were on the phone while we were pulling up, and she said, we're going to be pulling up soon. And he goes, I'm pulling in right now. And it wasn't her car because there was a black car in front of us that was turning and pulling in. So my car was little, the entranceway was here, so I just kind of pulled in and backed into the first spot right there, and the black car was right here next to me.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel previously marked as Stacy number 19. Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Bojian, I'm showing you some previously marked as Stacy number 19. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's Mila Spa.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict
Yes.
Mia Spa?
Mm-hmm.
Judge State moves Stacy Zimmer 19 in evidence at this time. No objection.
You admitted?
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So you're pulling into this parking lot, and you've gone ahead and parked, and you see Mr. Wilson in a black vehicle that you don't recognize as the one he left the Buddha in that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you park and he parks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you get out of your car?
No.
Okay. Does Mia or Miss Martinez get out of her car?
Yes. Mila got out and went to the driver's side window.
What did you see?
She was just trying to get her stuff, and they were having just words back and forth, and then he tried to pull her in the window.
How did she respond?
She started fighting immediately.
What else did she do?
She wound up falling backwards, and then Wade got out of the vehicle after her, but the car wasn't in park. It was actually still rolling, so it almost ran them over. And then he slammed it in park and then went after her immediately. He was ripping her dress off of her. He was pulling her hair. Her extensions were everywhere all over the ground. And then he proceeded to drag her from the parking lot to the stairs, up the stairs. She was holding onto the banister like a monkey, trying to hold on, and he just kept ripping her more and more to the door upstairs.
How tall would you say Miss Martinez is?
I'm only 5'4". She's shorter than me.
About how much would you say she weighed?
She's got to be 125 pounds. She's light, little.
What color hair does she have at
Blonde.
that time? Did Did anyone else see?
There was a
what,
lot
you
of
were seeing?
people. There was people walking on the sidewalk. There was I don't know if it's an upholstery shop or what it was, but design shop on the corner that has open windows. And there was a lawyer office. It was broad daylight.
Did anyone come to her assistance?
It happened so fast, and I immediately called 911.
When you saw them go upstairs towards the spa, what did you see Mr. Wilson do to Miss Montanez?
Instantly, when he punched her, well, he dragged her from the lower part of the stairs to the upper part of the stairs. He pinned her up against the wall by his hands on her throat, and then he punched her in her face. When he punched her in her face, her nose exploded. And I don't know if it was sirens in the background or the sound or the blood that came out of her nose that spooked him, but he immediately got into the black car and just started taking off.
Now, was he making any threats to her when he was beating her?
I mean, it was so fast, but he did threaten. He did say, oh, I mean, he said to me if I got out of the car, he was going to kill me.
Say anything towards Miss Montanez?
Oh, he was trying to hurt her. He was trying to get her in the car to get away with her.
Was he saying anything to her at the time that he was beating her and striking her?
It was so fast. Honestly, he was just dragging her and beating her.
After he was dragging and beating her, you said he ultimately wound up leaving?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And after he left, what did you do?
We met with the police.
And did you ultimately end up finding her car?
Yeah. Afterwards, when I was leaving, I live off of, you have to get on McGregor to get to the place that I was living at the time. And when I was driving down McGregor Boulevard, in the peripheral of my vision, I noticed the Hellcat. It was almost at the corner of one of the blocks and McGregor. So I called Mila immediately and I said, I just found your car. It's right by the Edison Country Club. It was on one of the side streets on the water side.
And after you found it, did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement regarding?
Yes,
what
I
you had
called
observed?
a friend of mine that he's retired now. He was a police officer. I called him and I let him know I found the car.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge. No cross.
All right, you may step down.
Judge, at this time, statement would respectfully be requesting that she be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused.
Thank you.
The state calls Melissa Montanez. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may.
So did you tell him that you weren't going to go to this house with him?
Yes, I expressed at least 3 times he was trying to convince me to go to a house I did not want to go to.
So did you end up going with him to
No.
the house? How did he get there?
He stole my vehicle and went.
So did you know he was going to take your vehicle?
No.
How did you find out that your vehicle was?
I saw it leaving the Buddha.
So you were stuck at the Buddha without your car?
And Amy was out there. She was watching it drive away as well, and she said, "It's okay, come to my house."
So did you end up going to her house?
Yes.
And did you spend the night at her house?
Yes.
Where did you stay?
On the couch.
Now, did you ever hear again from Wade Wilson?
At roughly 6, my phone starts either texting or calling. Around 8:45, I start noticing and I start answering his phone calls.
Okay, so the first calls that he's making or text messages he's making, you don't receive those or talk to him at all?
I was sleeping.
When you first spoke with him, tell the jurors about how that conversation went.
When I first heard his voice, it was, "Where are you? Can I come get you?" I can't really remember, but it was more calm at first.
Okay.
As I started saying, "I want my keys, I want my car, where are you? I need to get them back," it escalated more into name calling and aggression and intimidation.
Okay. Now, let's go to where it starts to escalate. How are you able to tell that he's starting to escalate?
Raising his voice, calling me names.
What names is he calling you?
Bitch, cunt, whore, all these different names. And just, I can't remember the threats per se, but it was very intimidating.
Did he appear to sound angry?
Very angry.
Did you feel scared at this point? Yes. Now, the phone number that I'm going to, Judge, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 20. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20, and I just ask if you look at it and tell me if you recognize that phone number.
That is my phone number.
Okay, and is that the phone number that he was calling you and texting you?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move 20 into evidence?
Objection. Be admitted.
At this time, the state, pursuant to a notice of intent to rely upon certification of business records, would also move 21 into evidence. If I can show the defense counsel the records for Ms. Montanez.
You approach.
You may.
state would move Exhibit 21 into evidence of business records associated with 239-333-5924 pursuant to a business record certification.
Any objection?
No.
All right, be admitted.
Now, when he was texting you and calling you, did you recognize the number that he was texting you and calling you from?
No.
Had he ever called or texted you from that number before?
No.
Now, did you end up agreeing to meet him someplace?
Yes.
What was your purpose in meeting with him?
To retrieve my car and to get my keys, because I was finale. That was it. I wanted my property back, to never see him again.
Now, did you believe that he would show up in your car when you met him?
Of course. That's what he left in, yes.
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes.
And was it a car that you recognized?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
Yes.
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
No.
Now, when you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
Yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, "Where are my keys? Where's my car?" He was calm and just saying, "Get in the car, get in the car." And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your dress?
He's pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put it in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does
Yeah.
the fight move at some point?
Yes, so I either get drugged, pulled, can't remember, by my hair or arm or dress, to I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase, and I'm holding onto that, and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911, so I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there, and that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila Spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
What was your thought process in getting him to your spa?
Elongate the amount of time it took to get help. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'd probably never be seen again. It just elongate the amount of time. I knew help was on its way. The cop even said that's the most amount of pings they've ever heard from a 911 call ever. There was a crowd out there.
Okay.
So
you're essentially trying to buy time,
Yes.
hoping police will get there
Yes.
to get you away
help,
from him.
yes.
Now, you say so you're getting drugged by your hair, you're getting drugged by your dress.
Uh-huh.
Are the stairs to the left of the building the ones that the two of you go up?
Yes.
And do you end up stopping once you get upstairs?
We ended up right outside suite number 6 is where my unit was at the time. And I didn't know whether, in my head, I didn't know whether I was going to be thrown over. I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body if they got me inside. I knew I was going to die that day. I was just buying time.
Okay, so at some point, does he continue to beat you as
Yes.
you're up there? Does he punch you?
Yes.
Okay, describe that punch.
The final and end punch that I remember, he got me so straight on and blood just went crazy everywhere. And it almost was like a minute where I could dunk under and run under his arm, run down the stairs. And then that's when my neighboring businesses, the design studio, were calling me, Mila, get in here. And then, like, I didn't even realize how crazy I looked, but like they rescued me, and I don't know what happened after that. I'm assuming he left.
So I'm going to stop. So it was the punch, was that the point that you were then able to duck and to get away?
I think, and also my friend, there was like a brief moment where it was like just so much blood.
So once you got downstairs, did you go into one of the design studios
Yes,
downstairs?
directly to the right, you see it on the thing. Looking at it is to the left on this picture. That's where they call me into their side office building.
Okay, so is it this door on the bottom right next to the steps?
Nope. Go over left.
This way?
Do you see the silver car? Go
this here.
That door right there.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm looking then, you're directing me, or you
I'm running down the stairs. They're calling me in that door.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this on the record, that it was by the silver car in the bottom left quadrant of the photograph. There's a door, and that's the door that you went into.
Yes.
And did they lock the door to
Yes.
make sure you would be safe?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you talk to law enforcement about that evening or that morning and what happened?
They came out immediately, interviewed me, took pictures of my injuries.
Okay. And I'm going to, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. Ms. Montanez, I'm approaching you and showing you 22. Do you recognize this exhibit?
That's me.
Okay, and this area under your nose, is that
Blood.
blood? And is that after it was somewhat cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat cleaned up. Do you see the rag that's full of blood? That's me after cleaning my face. Yes.
Okay, so in your hand, in the photograph, you're holding a bloody rag,
Yes.
and then you also still have some blood on your face.
Correct.
And is that from the time that he punched you?
Exactly, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 22 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You mentioned he was pulling your hair. Were you wearing extensions at the
Yes,
time?
my extensions were in disarray, somewhat pulled out and stuff, yes.
Now, do you, as you're sitting here in court, see the person who was threatening to kill you and who was battering you that morning sitting in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and
Right here.
identify him by his clothing?
Wade Wilson in the blue suit.
I'm going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
We have a moment.
You may.
Would you just write on State's Exhibit 20 your name that's identifying that this phone number is yours?
Yes,
please?
and not only is this my number, if you Google Mila Spa, this is the
Christine,
number.
hold on.
Okay, so
This
let me,
is my
You have to
business
wait,
phone
ma'am,
number.
you have to wait for a question.
let me ask you, is this phone number your personal number or your business number?
Business.
Okay, and was the business number the one that he was calling
Yes.
that day? All right, so go ahead and put your name under that, indicating that that's your number.
Okay.
And I have no further questions and tender the witness.
Ms. Montanez,
Yes,
when did you first meet Mr. Wilson?
I do not recall.
May we approach?
Okay.
Thank you. Do you know a Josh Lukich?
Yes,
Did Mr. Wilson reside with him for
I
a
do not
brief
recall.
while?
I do not know that the answer to that question.
Okay. When you were at the Buddha Bar, or before going to the Buddha Bar, were you using cocaine?
Yes.
Your cocaine?
No.
Who's
He had some.
he being Mr.
Ray
Wilson?
Wilson. Mm-hmm.
Were you at the Buddha Bar? Were you in a conversation with a older gentleman?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Wilson that he could leave in your car because you were going with the older gentleman?
Absolutely not. I never gave him permission to leave with my car, and I was never going to be in a vehicle with another man.
You said he wanted to go to a house
Yes,
you didn't want to go to.
that's correct.
Whose house?
I did not know the person. He expressed to me he wanted to go to this guy's house. I didn't know the guy. I didn't feel comfortable. He expressed at least 3 times, and I did not want to go to this house of a person I did not know.
So you didn't know, okay, so it wasn't, you didn't want to go to the house because you knew what was going to happen. You just didn't know the guy.
I didn't know that person, and I did not want to be in harm's way, and I did not want to go to a stranger's house of any type. No.
Now, the phone number, 239-333-5924, that's your business.
Yes, you can look up Mila Spa, and that is our business phone number on Google. Yes.
That was on the phone.
That is
your phone.
my phone. I have multiple lines. That is one of my lines. Yes.
Okay. Who is John Zakins?
John Zakins is one of my friends. Maybe I was on his phone plan at the time, but then I resumed the number later.
Now, you said that when he called you, what, about 6 o'clock in the morning?
I do not recall exactly. It's so hard to remember. 5 years. I don't know.
I understand. All right, but at some point you woke up and...
Yes, and noticed I missed multiple phone calls, yes.
Okay. And then you called him?
Yes. Whether I finally answered or whether I called him back is not, I do not recall. But one of those happened, yes.
But you said that he was name-calling.
Not at first. At first he was very like, where are you? How do I meet you? All the normal questions. When he realized that I was perturbed and just wanted my property back, it escalated.
And you said he was very angry.
Yes.
And you were very scared.
Yes.
Then why did you agree to meet him?
To get my $80,000 car back that he had stolen.
The car, but why did you expect him to bring the car? You knew he couldn't drive it.
He was with somebody that had drove it away. Why would he not be able to return it?
You said when you met up with him, you said there was nobody behind those eyes anymore?
Yes, that's true.
What did you mean?
Dark serial killer eyes, where there's nothing to reason with. It's a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotion in somebody, and there's nothing behind those eyes.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
How did Mr. Wilson get the keys to your $80,000 car?
Okay, so I never carry a purse. I carry 2 phones on me, and the flap of my cell phones is this place where I put all my credit cards, all my IDs, everything that I need, and I carry 2 cell phones with me all the time, and I have keys, and often the person I'm with, I say, will you put your keys in my pocket? And that is exactly how he had it. I do it with my husband every day.
So he didn't
steal the keys. I asked him to put them in his pocket for safekeeping. He doesn't know how to drive a stick shift. Why would I assume that he would take it?
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
You redirect.
Nothing further. I'd ask that she be released.
Any objection?
No.
She can be excused. You're step down and you're excused.
The state calls Tyler Whitten. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may. The clerk has all the exhibits. right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can take the stand.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Well, I'm Officer Tyler Whitten with the Cape Coral Police Department.
Officer Whitten, how long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
A little over 17 years.
Were you working back on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Where were you assigned at that time?
I was assigned to Hector Cafarata Elementary School. I was the school resource officer at the time.
Is that school in Cape Coral, Florida,
Yes,
in Lee County?
Cape Coral, Lee County, yes.
Now, did you come into contact with the father of one of the students that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
The parent had previously been into the front office to handle some business, I'm assuming with his student. He ended up leaving the campus, and then several minutes later, he was back in the front office, and he said he had retrieved a purse. And my office is right there in the front office, and I'm able to see the people coming in and out of the area.
Did you take that purse from the parent?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you look inside to see if you could identify whose purse it was?
Yes, we didn't know. I was trying to identify the owner. Yes, didn't know if it was a parent who maybe, left it on the roof of their car, got distracted and drove out, or maybe it was someone who lived nearby in the area. Didn't know.
Were you able to identify whose purse it was?
Yes, I was able to.
And whose purse was it?
I found the name Diane Ruiz inside the purse.
Now, at that point, did you know anything about Diane Ruiz?
No, I did not, no.
What did you do when you learned the purse belonged to Diane Ruiz?
I asked the front office ladies, the front office staff, to see if it was possibly a parent who had maybe been in recently. They couldn't find anything. Then I started looking through our local police records to see if I could find address, telephone number to be able to try to get in contact with Diane Ruiz.
What happened after you were unable to get in contact with her?
I found a telephone number. I attempted it several times, left a voicemail. Since I wasn't successful and the front office was, couldn't find any records of a Diane Ruiz with Hector Cafarata, I found the address was nearby in the nearby neighborhood behind Hector Cafarata, and I asked a patrol unit if they could swing by the house and see if anyone was there and to try to locate and see if Diane Ruiz was aware of that her purse had been located.
Did you ever learn that she had been missing?
After the fact, this was before anyone was reported missing. I know the patrol unit spoke to her son, and I also met with the son, and that was, he at the time didn't want to report her missing right away. Wanted to give it a little more time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm approaching you and showing you exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. If you would have a look at these and tell me if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I definitely recognize the wallet.
Okay. And was this the item that was turned into you at the school by the father?
Purse is not, it's been a little while. The purse isn't jogging my memory, but the wallet definitely is.
Okay, so the wallet that's inside the purse
Yes.
is,
Mhm.
you remember that?
And the vape as well.
Okay, there's a vape that was in there?
There's
Okay, there's a vape, and that's in State's Exhibit 24A. And these items, did you look in the wallet to locate Diane Ruiz's ID?
yes, and this wallet with the G's written on the outside.
So again, the wallet is in State's Exhibits 24 and 24A, and that's where you found Ms. Ruiz's wallet.
Yes.
Now, did you end up turning this purse over to Cape Coral Police Department or to her son?
No, I spoke with our detectives just because of When the patrol officer initially met with the son at the house, he shared the information that she worked at the Moose Lodge, which just happens to be right across Santa Barbara Boulevard from Hector Cafferata Elementary School. So I decided, let me see if by chance she happened to show up there. Maybe I didn't know how she normally got between house and work. If she possibly had dropped it, if she maybe rode a bicycle and it fell off a basket. I really didn't know circumstances. It was a little unusual. And when I checked at the Moose Lodge, they said she was no call, no show that day, which was highly unlikely of her.
So based on that, what did you do with the purse?
I ultimately, after speaking to our major crimes detectives, just because of the unusual circumstances, but since the son didn't report her as missing at the time, they said I could give the purse back to her son for safekeeping.
Okay, so you ended up turning it back over to her son?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
Okay.
No cross.
All right, you can step down.
All right, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can be excused as well. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. State would call Brandon Couillard to the stand, please. Yes.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Judge, can we proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Brandon Cuellar.
And Mr. Cuellar, do you know a lady by the name of Diane Ruiz?
Yes, of course.
How do you
That
know
is my
her?
mother.
Back in October of 2019, did you reside with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Who else resided with your mother?
It would be my sister and then her fiance, Scott.
And is that Scott Hannon?
Yes.
Could you tell me what your mother did for a living?
She worked server and bartender most of her life.
Okay. And where was she working at the time?
Over at the Moose Lodge.
How far was that away from the place that you lived at the time?
If it's by car, less than 5 minutes. If she had to walk, maybe about 10, 15 minutes.
And how did she typically get to work?
She usually had an Uber. One of her good friends from the Moose Lodge usually brought her, but I guess she wasn't able to get in contact with him, so that's why she walked that day.
And we're talking about the 7th of October of 2019, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake at the time that she left?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what she was wearing at the time that she left?
I believe she was wearing her Moose Lodge shirt with the dark blue jeans and then her black shoes.
What color was her shirt, if you remember?
I want to say it was, I think a light blue or maybe a dark blue as well, but it's a little bit of a blur because since it was 5 years ago.
About how early in the morning was it that she was leaving?
I want to assume anywhere from 9:30 to almost 11.
So she walked to work that day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with any type of other belongings that she would carry with her to work?
It would only be her purse. Anything that she took with her, it would be inside of it.
Do you remember what her purse looked like?
If I was to assume anything, it would probably be the pink one, but I kind of blurred out that whole memory, so there's only a few things that I can really remember.
All right. Well, let's see if we can jog your memory here, sir.
Judge, out the record reflect on showing defense counsel's producing Marcus Stacy's Zuber 15. Or, excuse me, 25. As well as states 23, 24A, and then 24. May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, showing you some proofs in Marcus Stacy's exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And how do you recognize that?
It's my mother.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict your mother back in October 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, State move Stacy Zimmer 25 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Where I'm showing you what's previously marked as Stacy Zimmer number 23, 24, and 24A. Do you recognize those items?
I would say the wallet though, but I don't recognize that purse at all.
No?
It's not the kind of purse that she would walk around with, truthfully. But the purse and everything in there. I mean the wallet on the inside, yes.
Okay. And that's Stacy Zimmer number 24. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, State will move Stacy Zimmer number 24 in evidence.
Can you see him? No objection.
All right, 24 will be admitted.
Permission to publish Stacy Zimmer number 25, Judge?
Wait, which one did you use? 25?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, you may. Sorry.
And then we have Stacy Zimmer number 24. And that's a pocketbook that you definitively recognize, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Quay, are you familiar with your mother's phone number at the time?
I want to say yes, if I could take a guess at it.
Judge, at the reflect, I'm showing defense counsel previously marked as Stacy Zimmer number 26.
200, 3223.
May I approach?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you what's previously marked as Stacy Zimmer number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
You want me to read it out loud? Or,
No. What is that?
it's her phone number. It's a 239 to 200, 8319.
Okay.
It was one or the other, so that would be the other one that I couldn't remember.
Judge, at this time, State will move Stacy Zimmer number 26 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Square, if you'd be so kind as to go ahead and write your mother's name underneath that phone number. Yes, sir. Permission to publish it?
You may.
Did your mother also carry a cell phone
Yes.
on a regular basis with her, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that cell phone looked like?
To my knowledge, not at the moment.
Okay. If I showed you a picture, would it help refresh your recollection?
Yes. I'm going to assume the phone case is pink.
Previously marked as Stacy Zimmer 5G, 5H,
5B and 5G
5G, and 5H.
and H, sorry.
May I approach it?
Yes.
Mr. Coyer, I'm showing you some previously marked as Stacy number 5G. And the corresponding back of that phone, 5H. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I remember a phone case. I remember that being pink, if I can remember correctly.
Okay. Is that photograph 5G and 5H accurately, fairly and accurately depict your mother's phone?
Yes.
Judge, say we move 5G and 5H in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, did your mother have any identifying marks on her body?
You mean like tattoos?
Yes.
Yes, she had a dragon on her back.
And did she also wear any type of jewelry?
Rings on her fingers.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previously marked as Stacy number 30D and 30I.
You may.
Where I'm showing you some Kristine Melton, states number 30D. You recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And what does that appear to be?
It's my mother's tattoo on her back.
And I'm also showing you what's some Kristine Melton, states number 30I. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And
It's
how do you
her ring.
recognize that?
It's her ring. It's my mother's ring.
Okay. And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the tattoo and the ring?
Yes.
Judge, move states number 30D and 30I in evidence at this time. No objection.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Post.
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, when your mother left for work that morning, did you subsequently receive any type of telephone call or contact from any law enforcement agency regarding her whereabouts?
I didn't get a phone call, but I got a knock on the door about her purse. And then I did tell them that take it over to Moose Lodge at first. And I was kind of worried at first, and then when it came a second time is when I asked them to report her missing.
And what happened after you asked that she be reported missing?
That would be a blur, honestly, after that.
Did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement?
I would assume so. I would think so.
But everything after that's a blur.
A lot of it is, truthfully.
Why?
A lot of trauma.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Sir, I just need to ask you, you said, what time did Miss Ruiz leave the house that day? You know?
I don't know correctly, though, but I would assume somewhere around from 9 to 11. I don't remember correctly. I was just woken up because she told me to make some ribs for when she came home. So I'm going to assume around that time.
So that's the closest you can estimate?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
Not from this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You can step down. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. They would like to call Mr. Scott Hannon.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can take the stand.
Please watch your step.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Scott Hannon, the fiance of Diane Ruiz.
Mr. Hannon, I'd like to direct your attention back to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was working.
Okay. When did you leave for work?
I usually leave at 6:30 in the morning.
And I'm assuming you left from your residence at the time?
Yes.
Who did you reside with?
With Diane, her son, and her daughter.
And where did Ms. Ruiz work?
She worked at the Moose Lodge.
And where were you working that day?
I was working as a dock worker, carpenter at the time, and sorry, I'm a little nervous. So, yeah, I was working as a dock worker.
And you indicated that Ms. Ruiz worked at the Moose Lodge?
Yes.
And how did she get to the Moose Lodge on most days?
Most days, she had our friend who was an Uber driver. His name is James, anyway. But I guess on that day he was not available.
Do you know how she got to work that day?
Yes, I know that she walked to work.
Do you know what Ms. Ruiz typically would wear to work?
Usually a moose shirt, blue jeans, and her black tennis shoes.
When you left for work that morning, was Ms. Ruiz still at the residence?
Yes, she was still in bed.
And you left for work around 6:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
So you didn't see her after you'd left, is that correct?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with her after you left for work that day?
A brief text message. She didn't think I gave her a kiss goodbye.
Had you?
Of course.
Direct your attention to the screen. Exhibit number 25, is that Ms. Ruiz?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry with her a purse when she went to work?
Yes, she always had a purse.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Sir, I'm going to show you some previously marked state exhibit number 23 and 24A. You recognize that?
Yeah, that's a new purse that she had just got.
And what's 24A?
All of her belongings in her purse.
And do state's exhibit number 23 and 24A actually depict the new purse that she just gotten, and as well as the items that were contained therein?
I recognize everything.
And Judge, the state would move state's exhibit number 23 and 24A into evidence at this time.
Objections? Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Hannon, you indicated that this was a relatively newer purse?
Yes.
Okay. When had she gotten it?
Maybe a week before.
Did she carry a different color type of purse before she'd gotten this one?
I don't remember exactly what color it was, but she had a different purse like almost every month.
So then we have states 24 that contained her the wallet,
Yes, that's her wallet.
and then 24A. That's the wallet as well as the vape and whatever else was inside. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz have any identifying marks on her body?
The only mark that I remember is the tattoo on her back.
Showing you 330D up on the screen. Is that the tattoo?
Yes, that is.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry a cell phone on her person?
Yes.
Could you
It was
describe
a
that for us?
ZTE cell phone.
ZTE phone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was her favorite color?
Pink. Pink or purple.
I'll show you what's been previously admitted as state exhibit 4G, or 5G, excuse me. Recognize that?
Yep.
What are we looking at in that photo?
That is her cell phone.
Then 5H?
Yep, that's the back of it.
Also going to show you State's Exhibit number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's her phone number.
And lastly, sir, I'm going to also show you, do you recognize this particular item, State's 30I, that was previously admitted in evidence?
That's the ring I got her.
Okay. And what did that ring signify?
Our love for each other.
Now, in relation to the distance between your residence and the Moose Lodge, how far would you say that was from your residence?
About a 10-15 minute walk.
Was she known to do a 10 or 15 minute walk to work on
Occasionally.
occasion?
Yes.
Could you tell us, after the last text that you received from Ms. Ruiz on the 7th of October, did you hear anything further from anyone else as to your wife's whereabouts?
Not until around noon, when I actually get to my phone, because I keep it in the truck as I'm working. Lunchtime, I got to my phone and noticed that everybody was trying to get a hold of me.
What did you do in response to everyone trying to get a hold of you?
I immediately called one of the people that was trying to get a hold of me, and they told me the situation. Luckily, my boss was on job at the time, and I told him there's a situation, I need to go.
And did you?
We left immediately.
Okay, where'd you go?
Right to my house.
What happened when you got to your house?
I met with Brandon there, and he told me the situation, and I don't remember exactly what we did after that, but I remember a police officer coming to the house talking to us about her purse.
And did you ultimately retain the purse there at the residence?
I believe it was there when I got there. I'm not absolutely sure because it was 5 years ago. But there was a Detective Jones who came there and, you know, had me identify the purse.
After Detective Jones had you identify the purse, what did you do next?
We actually sat around our kitchen table and he asked me a bunch of questions. And then I guess as soon as we're done, he left and said thank you.
So in essence, you gave a statement to law enforcement.
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Judge, at this time, except for the fact that the state would move a certified copy of phone records, State's Exhibit number 14 into evidence, 27 into evidence at this time.
I'm sorry, what were the number of exhibits?
27, Judge.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
Brandon, sorry for your loss. How far
was the Moose Lodge from the house?
Maybe 2.5 blocks.
And I assume Ms. Ruiz would have left through the front door?
Yes, through our front door, yes.
Okay. And what direction would she have gone?
I believe that would be easterly direction.
When you come down the path to the street, you go right or left?
Well, we lived on the corner, so it's a right or left and immediate right.
Left or immediate right, okay. And how long would it take to walk it?
About 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Ruiz wear different shoes to walk to work or back versus her work shoes?
Nope, she wore the same shoes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
No questions from the state judge. We respectfully request that he be excused.
All right. Any objection? All right, sir. You may step down and you're excused.
The state calls Patrick Power.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may take the stand.
What's your step?
Okay. May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Patrick Power.
Mr. Power, where are you originally from?
Originally I'm from Ireland, but I've been living in the UK for 40 years.
Do you also have a home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I do.
And where is your home in Cape Coral?
It's 204 Northwest 4th Avenue.
How long have you had that home?
Since 2005.
Are you married?
Yes,
What is your spouse's name?
Linda.
Back in 2019, specifically on October 7th, were you at your home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I was.
And was Linda also with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, on Monday, were you doing anything with your wife that day?
We were having breakfast in our lanai.
Did you notice anything unusual as you were eating your breakfast?
No, everything was like normal as I was eating.
Okay. And then what? What did you see?
And then we were probably about 30 to 45 minutes. A vehicle backed out from the lot next door right towards us and then drove off out onto the main road.
Now, the lot that you saw this vehicle leaving from, was that a lot with a house on it?
No, it's an empty lot with a lot of bushes and stuff like that.
And when you saw the car, did you see it back up and go forward numerous times?
No, just the once.
Okay. And when you saw the car, did you notice some twigs and branches?
Yes.
Can you just describe what you saw with the car?
We just see the back of the car, and from the front you could see from the wiper blades or whatever, and maybe from the grill or the bumper, there were branches sticking out like this on the sides.
Now, were you able to see who was driving the car?
No.
So what was it about the car, about the situation that attracted your attention?
Well, we never seen a car in there before. It was the first time ever.
Right. Now, at that time, did you think to call the police or do anything about it?
No, not really.
So, at some point, did you decide that maybe what you saw was significant?
Well, I thought to myself at the time I must have a look later and see what's going on there, but then we went out somewhere for the day and I forgot all about it.
What reminded you of it?
When I come back and the police was there 3 days later.
When you say the police was there, they were at the empty lot?
Yep.
And when you saw the police there, was there crime scene tape up?
Yes, everything was taped off.
Did you learn that a body had been found in that
Yes,
lot?
we found out then, yeah.
So based on that, did you then think it would be important to tell the police about the car that you saw?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibit 28. So I'm going to approach you and show you states exhibit 28. It's an aerial photograph. Are you able to look at that map and see if you can locate your house?
Yes. That's my house there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the, really the smack dab center, and it's facing Northwest 4th Avenue?
Sorry, say that again?
So you're pointing to the center of the photo?
Yes.
And is your house facing Northwest 4th
Yes.
Avenue?
Yes.
All right. And does it appear that there's a car in the driveway of your house?
Yes.
And I'm going to just, okay, so at this time the state will move 28 into evidence.
Any objections?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, sir, you were just describing where your house is on this map. I'm going to point with my pen. Is this the house
Yes.
where you and your wife live?
Yes.
Now, where was it, where is the lot where you saw that car backing out of?
From behind the house from behind the house next door.
Okay, so if I point to where this little red mark is,
Yes,
it
that's-
was this empty lot behind your neighbor's
Yeah,
house?
that's the area there, yeah.
So when you observed this, you were in the back of your house eating your breakfast?
Yes.
You said that you saw the car back out of that lot. Did you see which direction the car traveled?
Yes. It went out and turned to the right, which is north.
Okay, so when it backed out, did it back out to Northwest 4th Place?
Yes.
Okay, and then which direction would be, if he backed out, which way would he have gone?
Up to the right, yeah.
Over this way?
No, the opposite way.
This way,
Yes.
okay, so he went right down Northwest 4th Place.
Yes.
And how did he drive away?
Quickly, but not a wheel spinning sort of thing. Drove away quickly.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. At this time, the state tenders the witness.
All right. Mr. Hollander.
Sir, what time of day was this?
I couldn't tell exactly because we're on vacation, so we lose track of time. But it would have been 12-ish, midday-ish, or maybe later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It was light out.
Oh yes.
Okay. Now, from the back of your house, the car would have been going away from you to come out to 4th Street, wouldn't it? It would have been
Yeah.
backing away from you.
No, it reversed out towards us. Yeah. From the bushes, it reversed out towards us, and then it drove away from us.
I apologize, Judge. Could this gentleman step down?
Yes.
Could you please indicate on that aerial photo
Where you first saw, first, where's your house? Okay, now, where's the car go? Where do you first see the car?
The car backs out from here and kind of backs towards us like this, towards our lanai, and then it drives out at this angle to the road, and then it goes off up that road.
Okay, so.
Let me just ask for, can the jury see? Okay. All right.
Okay, so the car sort of backs up towards you.
Yes, but directly towards us.
But the rear of the car.
The rear of the car,
Okay.
yes, yes.
And then the car moves out.
Yeah, moves forward at this angle. Yeah, it must have been like through these trees here, and then onto the road and up to the.
Okay, I
You can sit back.
No further questions.
Okay.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down and you're released.
May we approach her?
Yes. The jury, we are ahead of schedule, and it's a little bit earlier. I usually would go to 5 or a little after, but it's about 4:40 now. So we're going to let you go early this evening. Just remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything, and don't discuss anything with anyone about this case. Don't let anybody else try and discuss anything with you about this case. Leave your notepads here. We'll collect them, and I'll give them back to you tomorrow morning. And come back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All rise.
And yes, you can keep. I put my card in there, so that's the give out for emergency contact or anything like that from my office. Okay. You're excused for the evening. All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. Anything that we need to, please be seated, I'm sorry. Anything we need to address prior to tomorrow morning?
And the only thing I would just say is we anticipate will be done earlier in the afternoon, so I don't know if defense will put any witnesses on, but we would be prepared to go forward with jury instructions in the later afternoon if everybody wants to make sure they look good.
Okay, so I know you have circulated preliminary jury instructions. I would just ask, I'll tell you what, if have you all had a chance to look at those, Mr. Holler, the jury instructions?
Yes, but not.
I understand.
Really. I mean, we were expecting like 3 or 4 days.
Sure.
Of the state's case.
Sure. I would just say if you could look over those this evening, we can start tomorrow morning at 8:45. If you want to just let me know if you've got any significant objections or corrections, additions, or deletions. Are there any special instructions that you're requesting?
Not from the state.
We don't anticipate it.
Okay. All right. Then make sure, and you've got the copy of the state's proposed jury instructions? If not, can you just email them to all of us again?
Sure.
So that way we have a fresh, make sure you've got everything up to date, and send them and everybody can look at them this evening. Any other issues we need to address? How many witnesses do you think you have tomorrow?
I believe we have 14.
Tomorrow, 14? Okay.
Do that by noon.
Okay.
No, we only did 17 today.
All right.
10, Your Honor.
10.
10 witnesses, yes.
Okay. All right then. Any other issues from the state or defense the court needs to address before we recess for the evening?
No.
No, sir.
All right. Very well. Then we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45.